ahead and take the roll, please.
Very good. Members of the Joint Appropriations Committee, today is Tuesday, December 15th. Representative Kinner.
Here, and Sheridan.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Olson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Summers.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Agar.
Excused.
Senator Guru.
Excused.
Senator Guru is at the loading dock at the State Liquor Warehouse supervising.
Senator Kinski.
Here.
Senator Bebout.
Excused.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
Vice Chairman and Acting Chairman for the day, Senator Hicks.
Here. So Don and committee, just a couple of business items here. Don, specifically for staff, a couple of things that we want to give you a heads up on that we'd like to get working on. One of them is going to be is what we'd like staff to do is go back and look at those agencies that have and the divisions, specifically the divisions with the agencies that have significant levels of grants that are passed through, and look at those in their 900 series, and then look at a comparable. What we're trying to do is find a proportional level of grants and aids that they distribute, and then look at their 100 series personnel within those divisions, and see if we can come up with some level of proportional relationship between the amount of grants and aids that pass through there and the level of staff, and then any changes associated with that. So if we see an agency that's had a significant reduction in their pass-through grants and aids to local governments, if they've done any commensurate reductions in staffing for those agencies. And I'm trying to think what the second one is. I had it wrote down and now I can't find my notes. Do you remember, Co-Chair, there was another one that we wanted to have staff take a look at this morning?
I think we wanted to have them look at the 900 series. If we were to implement a 10% cut across the board on 900 series, how that would fall into the various reductions that the agencies have already had, so that those that have already implemented cuts or significant cuts in the 900 series would not be impacted by it, or so they'd be accredited to it, and just have a picture of what that looks like, and then get feedback from the agencies as quick as possible of what impact a 10% reduction in 900 series would do to them.
All right, then, Dawn, what I want to do is just kind of walk through the agenda and what we've got proposed today. So we've got two agencies left. We've got State Engineers and Department of Workforce Services. Then we'll do the governor's letters. We will take public comment, work through the public comment. I believe now we've only got one agency that we have a callback on. If they're available, we'll do the callback. And then what we're going to do is a little bit different. We're going to go into an executive session, Dawn, and what we'd like to do is have you walk us through where we're looking at some of the revisions, budget profile, have some discussion on any of those budgetary items, and then committee, what we're going to do is we will recess rather than doing any markup, and then the House and the Senate will start to work on their budget markups individually. So we will not be doing any agency markup today. So that's kind of what the day is going to look like. With that, Mr. Co-Chair, any comments that you have this morning?
No, other than I need to go turn off my teapot.
All right. Dawn, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question. There was some discussion yesterday during the Department of Health on the maintenance of effort for special education IDEA funds. The Department of Education has offered, excuse me, offered to clarify that. They are available today. Would you like me to invite them, or do you have sufficient information?
No, I think it would be very good information before we get into the markup, is to have them come back. So if we can schedule those for right after we do the agency callback and have them come in and be the second one, I think that would be appropriate. So if you could schedule that.
Thank you, sir.
Committee, any questions or comments this morning before we get started?
One other thing, Mr. Co-Chair, Don, we kind of want to get a breakdown from construction management on we're a little mixed up between if there's been 3 million spent and that needs to be replenished by 3 million, and if so, on the flex fund where it went, with particularities, and on the contingency 9 million, how much. We just want to double check what has been spent and where it was spent since we adjourned, to kind of fill out the request for the new 3 and the 9.
We can do that.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Later this afternoon, do you want to take up some of the draft bills we were going to take up on Wednesday morning? They're fairly easy and straightforward, just to help keep working through the agenda for the week. It's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think we'll do the draft bills today. I think we can get through those pretty rapidly in the morning. I think we need to spend our time on the markup side of the equation and give everybody an ample time to do that. I'm afraid if we don't do that, we're going to get bogged down with this Zoom meeting format on trying to mark up. So anyway, I think we can get through those in the morning. So we'll just proceed the way we've currently got it laid out. Committee, any other comments, suggestions before we get started this morning? All right, well then let's jump in here. First agency we have is Agency 37, State Engineer's Office. State Engineer Lanning, are you with us this morning? I don't see him. I see crickets on. Oh, there you are, Greg. So Greg, I would normally say the floor is yours, but the screen is yours if you'd like to walk us through your budget.
Well, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I appreciate the floor, and good morning, members of the committee. I'm Greg Lanning, the Director of the State Engineer's Office. And today I have a relatively, short, this presentation I was thinking this morning, it took us about, for instance, only 15 minutes a month ago before the budget director, for instance. So notwithstanding, I've done as much homework as I can, and will certainly entertain and try to answer all questions as we get there. Mr. Co-Chairman, I've seen the format. I've watched a few of the agency presentations. Y'all can hear me just fine, I hope. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And I kind of know the routine, or at least I believe I do. In our case, we're going to start with our summary sheets on page 10, and then leave through our budget. Supplemental budgets, sometimes entertain exception requests and increases, as you well know. Our budget does not. Our supplemental budget's all about phase 2 and phase 3 reductions. On page 10 is a summary of the.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Representative
Representative Summers, question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have a couple of high-level questions for Greg. A few years ago, we took the border control off of the general fund dollars and put it on water dollars. Was that water one, wasn't it? Is that my recollection, Mr. Chairman?
I don't remember which account. I believe it might actually be water too. That's my recollection. So, but that's irrelevant. It comes out of one of the water accounts.
Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm asking that is if we decided, in the legislature, and there's been, talk of this, to take some or, all or the rest of your budget and put it on the water account. One, which water account did we take it out of? And the other question I have, is there enough money in that water account? And does it get enough annual earnings in that account to handle your budget, or what part of your budget could it handle? So that's a question I want you guys to ask and, to answer for me. And then, as we've looked at fees in agencies, I believe I contacted you, and you have a budget of 26 million now after cuts, and you get roughly $77,000 in fees. Is that correct, Director?
Mr. Co-Chairman, Representative Summers, that's correct. We collect about 150,000 total annually. 70,000 of that goes to the general fund. The other 70 goes directly then to the Well Drillers Board.
And I guess my point is on all of this, as we look to find ways to provide money, what fees could we initiate in that agency to perhaps help defray some of the costs? Certainly, all of us that are water owners, water users, benefit from that office, but we rarely pay much for that service. So I'm wanting to raise that and let everybody know how little fees support that agency. So I guess my number one question is find out how much is in that water account, whether it can sustain, what part of your rest of your budget could it sustain over time? Thank you.
Representatives or Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while we're doing that research, could we also look at how much of water development funding goes to our municipalities and some of those areas, and if they're paying their fair share as regards to funding this agency and these programs? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Greg, continue with your budget.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I hope and assume you're all in the state engineer's budget at this time. And of that original document, I think it was page 650 of 2056. And then from there in the state engineer's budget, page 10 is where I'd like to start, if that's okay, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Go ahead.
You can see our total, these are phase 2 reductions. And so in phase 2, as you well know, our goal and direction was to find 10% of our general fund budget. Our general fund budget is $12,548,32. And so at the bottom, you can see in summary, phase 2 reductions are 10%, $1,258,403. And then we're going to, of course, page through these as well, but also in general comment to phase 2 reductions, the smaller reductions, we just went across the board in some areas such as supplies, for instance, and reduced those 10%. And so you'll see those in the aggregate, as the, first priority of $13,000, for instance. That comes from the various units within the state engineer's office. And the highlights on phase 2, and we'll get to this as well, is the position reductions, of course. We've reduced positions, and I'll speak to those more. And I know some of the questions along the way have been, gee, were those actual layoffs, reductions in force, or were those vacancies that we took advantage of? And the answer to all of our position reductions through phase 2 and phase 3 is those were convenient vacated positions, if you will. I hate to use the term convenient, And I can speak strategically perhaps to that if there's more questions on that. When does, convenient or fate or coincidence become strategic? And we're such a small agency that any cuts or reductions in vacancies become very similar to if we were to try to strategically, reduce and force our agency. And by that, I mean, you'll find we have units in, we have administration 100, we have groundwater, surface water, board of control. Those are our real core programs, surface water and groundwater. We permit primarily water and water rights. Our business is water. It's been that way since statehood. The board of control then adjudicates water rights. So permitting and groundwater and surface water, and then adjudication in the board of control. Admin, going back just a little bit, of course, is myself. The state engineer is in admin. And then we have also, and I need to introduce, by the way, Cricket Hoskins, our chief financial or fiscal officer, as well as an HR employee, for instance, in admin. One of the reductions was our executive administrative assistant, for instance, which used to be an admin. And then from there, we have support services, our Unit 500. That's mostly for computer support and electronics. And then we have an interstate streams division. We have on the order of 7 compacts, interstate compacts for water and water downstream, as well as 3 court decrees. We have three persons in that interstate streams that serve that need for interstate compacts and court decrees. And then finally, not long ago, we stood up the North Platte employees. That's unit number 1400, also general fund, and we'll get to that as well. North Platte employees was a result of a decree on the North Platte River, and mostly between Nebraska and ourselves. And it has a lot to do with the information we gather and report out annually to satisfy the terms of that decree.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Greg, just one other kind of high level question before you get into the meeting or your deal. You know, you do have the board of control under the water dollars. And just looking at your page 3 and other funds, which would be the water dollars, you didn't propose a single cut in that. In other words, kind of in times of austerity, you could have chosen to reduce some of your board of control, which would save water money for other purposes. And so, and other agencies at times did make cuts in areas and other funds that for that very reason. So kind of your thought process on why you didn't even look at your board of control to take reductions.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Representative Summers, we certainly did look at it, and I've also had discussions with Director Gebhardt at Water Development as well. And as to the extent and the fate of that particular funding source. And I'll start with, initially we were given direction to focus and concentrate on general funds. And so we were, pretty much following our goals and our direction for general fund in particular, that other sources or special revenue funds were not necessarily part of these cuts. Having said that, it was only, as you mentioned, Representative Summers, not long ago, 2-3 years ago, that the Board of Control funding was shifted over to Water Development, Fund number 1. And up until then, over the last 10 years, they've been participating in general fund cuts rather heavily. So I'll speak to, first of all, the what used to be, for instance, 10 years ago, 72 employees entirely in the Board of Control is now 64 employees. And we'll go back, the Board of Control is 4 superintendents. It's also laid out in the state constitution and by statute as to their mission. related to the not only the adjudication, they sit as a board 4 times a year, the Board of Control, but also that's our regulatory arm. Those are the folks out in the field regulating the water, making sure that water during times of priority is going where it needs to go. And so spatially, you can imagine then those 62 employees distributed out through the entire state of Wyoming in each water basin. So it's not that they haven't participated in cuts over the last 10 years, but have not, we have not proposed cuts specifically this year or in this exercise for that reason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead and continue, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. On page 11 then is the summary of the phase 3 reductions. And that then became for our agency a 5% reduction in general fund. And so you'll see that in summary, it's roughly 1/2 of the phase 2 reductions. You'll see also position elimination also, or for vacant positions, 3 positions, and then 1 position in the North Platte employees was reduced from 1 full-time to 3/4 time. So you'll see the bulk of, most of our agency is people and personnel. Just going back real quickly to phase 2, and I'll make a strong point of this. On one side, of course, we have our people, but on the other side, we have what we call e-permit. And e-permit is our water rights database. We bring up applications and permits. The public can sign on and get an account with us as well. And so it's available to the public, certainly, not only for permitting, but also for water right research. E-permit is pretty much the electronic heart and soul of the state engineer's office. It was developed on the order of 15 years ago, and I think we're about $12 million into it. And I think, and I've heard questions related to previous presentations related to these electronic or computer program support systems. And ours isn't unlike a lot of others. It's gotten more expensive over the years. And then, oh, by the way, 15 years later, is it antiquated? Is it serving its need? Is it still supported by certain platforms? And we're finding that e-permit is not. I'm really worried and I'm concerned in the future that we need to either rethink how we do this or somehow plan for and rehabilitate e-permit. In phase 2, we cut, excuse me, I have electronic lights. In phase 2, we cut nearly 400,000 out of a 500,000 biennial maintenance budget for e-permit. And I think I'll speak to that now and then just glance over it as we page through. You say, well, why and how can you cut maintenance dollars? It got to the point where we would dangle this 500,000 in front of the contractor, our contractor, and we really couldn't attract their interest anymore. Somehow we're passe, or that's not enough, or they've moved on to other endeavors. We have entirely, and we own the software. We're capable of getting in and changing the code as necessary. So it's not a proprietary code. It's just a large animal. And by the way, it's mostly databases. You can imagine that we used to have files and files full of permit related and water right related data. That then easily translated, say 15 years ago, or even before that, we had access databases. ePermit brought all these various databases together and just simply made them more efficient to access and use. And so it was a good process. It's not uncommon, and it did make us more efficient. And I would like to believe that because we are fewer people today than we were 10 years ago, that it's helped us with fewer people and personnel necessary to maintain or use the database or ePermit.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
anyhow, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, Greg, kind of on that database, I've been visiting with you kind of on fees and water fees and, to give the committee a flavor, I think you'd sent me that there's 153,353 water rights in the state of Wyoming. And so that's kind of the numbers you're dealing with. And like I said, $77,000 in fees comes back to your office to defray that expense of managing that. Thank you.
Yeah, and just a comment on that. So the water rights is a one-time application fee. Yeah, and so even if we raise that, it doesn't impact those 153 water rights whatsoever. It's only the new water rights where those fees come into play. And so even if we raise those, it's still not going to go back and capture the 153,000 water rights that have already been issued. It's not like a license. It's once that the water right has been issued, it's apperent to either the land or the individual municipality or user on that. So there's no annual fees there. So I think even if we doubled or quadrupled the water rights fee, it's just not going to be a big revenue raiser for the state engineers department. But Greg, you have anything you want to add on that or clarify?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman, Vice Chairman Hicks. That part's correct, and that's why the fees are low, and they're relatively inexpensive. You come in for an application, generally it's about $50, for instance, and there's a whole host of reasons as to why those fees are like they are, I'm sure, over the years. But as pointed out, they don't offset much at all our total budget. The exercise we've been looking at lately, the LSO did some research related to what other states do, for instance, and there are other means of, for instance, applying and generating revenue. One of those, the Colorado template is what I called it. They actually went out and said, gee, we know, there's a benefit to having this water right. What would an annual water right administrative fee look like? And so that is one example of, how, for instance, you might generate or look at fees other than just simply the application fee.
I saw another hand out there. Representative Olson, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that same line of thought, on the e-permit system, it's an ongoing system that a user can use for research purposes or probably checking in on their own permit, updating it, etc. Do you charge a fee to the users annually to use the system?
Mr. Co-Chairman, Representative Olson, the short answer is no. A good example of a common user out of the public is the Realtors Association, whereas, there's a house transaction and they're just seeing, what the water looks like, for instance. And so that's a pretty easy search for them. They have passwords they get on easily, and they hardly spend, 5 or 10 minutes on the program.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. Honestly, I think, how many, maybe you can get back to us with this. You may not have it off the top of your head, but I'm curious how many users as a whole access the system throughout the year. And just as some food for thought, even if it's a 1 to 5 minute transaction, I don't think that diswarrants a revenue or a user fee. Realtors, as the best example, realtors have to access deeds, and title companies access deeds on a regular basis. For the 50% of counties that use the IDOC system in Wyoming, they pay a $10 or $8 fee daily to access that, just to pull one deed in a couple of minutes. So I think that would be very comparable. I don't think it would be unreasonable either if you've got a system that not you, but the state of Wyoming has invested $20 or $12 million into. Then the question is, if it's antiquated and we're going to build a new one, how are we going to build a new one? And if everyone's got to pay to use it, that's at least a part of the offset. So my question there, Mr. Chairman, and Greg, you can definitely get back to us, but I'd like to know how many users access that throughout the year. And I don't know how that data would break down. It's possible you could break it down by how many users exist, because I'm sure they have a user profile, but also there's probably a way to break that data down to understand how many times it's accessed. Because in the IDOC system, as an example, you pay each time you access unless you have a universal fee. So there's two different fee systems, per access, or I get an unlimited fee, unlimited use fee. So a couple different ways to approach that beast, but the data would help us understand that. Help you understand it anyway.
Representative Simpson.
Well, we're on the fee discussion, and since the Board of Control is funded through Water Development Commission, I thought this committee would be interested in knowing that last week, at the encouragement of the legislature, the Wyoming Water Development Commission approved what is essentially was over tripling their application fees for studies and applications to the Wyoming Water Development Commission. It went previously from $1,000 application fee for a study up to, and it's a little bit of a tiered, but its average is about $3,500 now, which will generate an appreciable amount of money, significantly increases the application fees for both our agricultural people and also our municipalities as well.
Yeah, so Greg, I guess to characterize it, one of the things we'd like to look at you on your accessing your water rights database, getting back to Representative Olson, is can you guys take a look at that and see what, the level of use, and then what might be a reasonable access fee to access that database. If you can go out and check, number one, we need to know how many people are accessing it. And if it's a significant number, what would a fee charge to utilize that system look like, and how much would it potentially generate? Getting back to Representative Simpson's, I think would be good for the committee to look at is a range of alternatives. So if you can come back with 2 or 3 ranges of alternatives, this is the number of users. Do we do an annual fee or per user fee? If the fee was X, 1, 2, 3, how much would that generate? So if you could put together that information and in a couple of 2 or 3 scenarios, I think it'd be helpful for the committee to look at.
Thank you very, Mr. Vice Chairman. I understand, and we'll certainly get after it.
Go ahead with unless there's any more questions, committee, any more, if not, go ahead, Greg, with your budget presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And that gives us a good overview, I think, and a summary of where we're headed. Our first phase 2 reductions then begin on page 13. And of course, relatively minor there. I was watching the health presentation yesterday and had a couple zeros. We're again a relatively small budget, but in our effort to cut the smaller items across the board, you'll see then these pop up, such as office supplies. Fewer people, fewer office supplies for $2,000. And then beginning down at the very bottom, $10,000. We're in the administrative fund, unit 100. $10,000, we as an administrative unit decided we could do without a copier in that case. On page 14, similar to supplies, we cut travel and so you'll see minor reductions in phase 2 to travel. We have obvious reductions or less need and use of travel monies simply because of COVID this year, especially. The state engineer, usually engages on several interstate meetings as well, either as the commissioner or representative of the state of Wyoming. So travel in the past has been to various places, especially on the Colorado River, as far as Los Angeles, for instance, or Las Vegas or Salt Lake, and then here closer, driving down to Nebraska, for instance, on some of the North Platte meetings. We just finished up just a couple months ago, or last month, the Yellowstone River Compact Commission meeting, which I'm a commissioner on that. We get together with Montana. Just to report out a little bit, we just finished a lawsuit up there, and things are going fine, quite frankly. Wyoming did or prevailed very well, I believe, in that lawsuit, and now we're just down to routine commission meetings related to the compact and small items related to the decree itself. So that's what causes us to travel at times. The other major user or traveler, of course, is Interstate Streams themselves. Our administrator of Interstate Streams represents us also in a very similar capacity, or in a lot of ways, as my assistant. And then this year also, we contracted with former state engineer Pat Terrell to help us this year also on the Colorado River, for instance. And just a real quick shout out, Pat Terrell, spent 18 years in this seat, and then as a result also became a very senior member on the Colorado River. And I know in my interview just a little over a year ago, they asked me about, gee, what does Wyoming do in these interstate compacts, and how do we represent ourselves? We're kind of small in population, big in heart, and big in state. And one of the answers is having a seat at the table and being respected at the table. And over there on the Colorado River, we have not only Pat Terrell by contract, he's the most senior member in the commission over there, as well as great support from the AG's office, and then Steve Wolf in our Interstate Streams. So having that team of those three folks, at least initially, is just with that kind of experience and reputation over on the Colorado River is just very important to the state of Wyoming. On page 14, Mr. Vice Chairman, we see a little bit more reductions in in-state travel in this case, and priorities 5. Priority 7, contracts. I know as you guys got started, the question was, can we weather any more reductions to the 900 series? You'll find we've reduced contracts in our phase 2 and phase 3 already. And in this case, this is again the 100 unit. And so these are contracts that I would trigger or have availability for. They may come from any angle. We don't necessarily have a set definition of what contracts we may have next year, for instance, but it's whatever may come up in, especially in interstate compact work that's not already budgeted, but also other, we may be looking, or the state engineer may be participating in interference investigations or other scientific studies related to helping administer or handle protests to certain permits, or more information required as a result of some dispute for water rights. On page 15 then becomes also in the 100 unit, this is our first position reduction. This is the deputy state engineer. 262,000 over the biennium. I know when I got here, this, by the way, anticipating some questions perhaps. Greg, what strategically are you doing, and how do these cuts fit in strategically? I certainly had an idea coming into this job, given the history that I've had. I worked here 5 or 6 years ago as a deputy state engineer, for instance, for Pat Terrell. I wasn't, so I had a good idea of what I was getting into under those circumstances. What does the state engineer's office need? I wasn't quite prepared for the revenue issues nor COVID. But the deputy state engineer, I can certainly speak to. Let me get my lights back on. There's an efficiency. And that is, it's evolved, and I don't think we've used the deputy state engineer quite as good as we can. And it was an idea I had coming here anyhow as to whether or not we needed a full-on deputy state engineer. Originally, I thought that would be the successor necessarily to the state engineer. But that really, I think I now realize that, for instance, we only have a handful or very few engineers in the state engineer's office. So the idea of mentoring up and bringing up from the ranks necessarily a licensed professional engineer out of this office, may not, it hasn't come that way necessarily in the past, and it may not be that way in the future. We have a lot of good licensed engineers over in water development, for instance, a sister agency that could then progress perhaps as good candidates for the next state engineer. But over the next 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, mentoring up and developing a state engineer, especially, that was my original thought. I've since come off of that, and this position now has been reduced. Also, the deputy state engineer historically, or over times under Pat's reign, took care of all the administrative work within the personnel stuff within the agency. I'm comfortable doing that, and I think it's important as far as other goals related to our agency in terms of making us more efficient, bringing us together as a team. I want to be part of that as well, and I don't need a deputy state engineer to do that.
All right, Greg, page 16.
Yeah, thank you.
Step
Sorry about
3.
the soapbox. I'll move on. Small reductions to, we removed a vehicle out of administration for $4,600. Down towards the bottom, this is another position. This is was Susan Jenkins. She retired about a month ago. She was our executive administrative assistant. We know and hope that we can bring up other administrative duties from our existing staff. The next page then, Mr. Vice Chair, is page 20. Minor reductions once again to supplies. This is, we've now moved into groundwater, our unit 200, $7,500 in supplies on page 20. Beginning at the bottom of page 20 and moving on over into page 21 then is our communications budget. Very similar. I think you heard earlier in testimony yesterday or before, communications can also include advertising, paper, copier, mail expenses, etc., for mailing out. These were reductions we feel we could bear. If indeed additional reductions are necessary, that's this whole part down below. A statutory change could or might be necessary, but in this cut, it's not. Page 22, a continuation of the same theme, small or $2,000 reduction in travel on page 22 to our unit 200. Priority 6 then is another position. This was a groundwater associate in our unit 200. This position, at one time, we had quite a thrust and a workforce necessary for permitting coal bed methane. Over the years, that's waned, and we've also reduced force in groundwater as a result. As a matter of fact, these two, phase 2 and phase 3 reductions, 2 groundwater positions have been eliminated. On page 23, again, this is now in our groundwater division, reductions of $5,000 to contracts. We don't know necessarily what the next contract in groundwater is, but these for instance, we just finished up a contract related to abandoning certain monitoring wells that we had installed years ago. So that's an example of a contract in groundwater. On page 24 then is another position. I mentioned it already. This is a groundwater technician. Also, by the way, once again, we have on the EVAST in the past, in past presentations, what generally is our turnover. And because of turnover, then positions become vacant. And so that's the happenstance as to these positions that have come up in these reductions. Turnover in the state engineer's office is generally over 10% a year, 10 to 15%. And so you can imagine on 10 to 15% of 114 employees, you get these opportunities, if you will, for these vacancies. Mr. Vice Chairman, then continuing on as we page through page 27, we've now moved to surface water, which is our 300 unit. You're going to see similar minor reductions, $2,800 at the bottom of the page for supplies and surface water. On page 28, overtime reduction in surface water. You'll find later that we reduced a position also in surface water, and therefore with fewer people and fewer positions, less overtime needed. At the bottom of page 28, then travel's been reduced also. Page 29, step 3 reduction, partial position reduction. This was a result of not long ago, we had a safety of dams engineer retire, Mike Hand. You might have known him. He was here for quite a while. As we replaced that position, the class and pay for that position was reduced. This represents that reduction. On page 31, we ended up eliminating entirely Mike Hand's position. Well, not necessarily Mike Hands. The other safety of dams position is Nathan Graves. He was promoted to the surface water administrator position. That position hadn't been vacated. We needed somebody to direct that division. This happened just before I got here. Nathan Graves was then chosen for that position. So we still have Nathan Graves as a very good dam engineer, if you will, safety of dams engineer. And then we also have a new engineer there that replaced Mike Hand. So effectively, we still have the workforce or the FTEs, if you will, for safety of dams, but also Nathan now is administering the surface water. $264,000 for that over the biennium for the safety of dams position. Page 34, we've now moved on to support services, reductions in travel. Page 35, this one's kind of a painful position reduction, especially the circumstances. So on the top of page 35, $398,000 biennium for a salary. That used to be or that is or was our support services administrator, the person that's led that division for well over 24 years or 20 years. And he had a good hand in keeping the E-permit alive, for instance, a very talented individual. And unfortunately, we lost him to cancer last year, and that position then became vacant and now is being reduced also. We have some work to do for the remaining employees in support services, as well as E-permit and that I've already spoke to. How that turns out is still work in progress.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. And so, Greg, with just reading your summary here, you're saying you're ending your life of usefulness, but you spent $12 million on it over the last 15 years. Are you working with ETS and others to, on how you are evaluating the out-of-date system and what's going to be needed to replace it? And then, as previously discussed this morning, are you contemplating mechanisms to help fund that replacement? Because my guess is it's not going to be a cheap fix. You're probably looking at another 15, 20 million. And then so integrating that into your review of your annual licensing or water fees, those type of things, so that you can come to us with a package on how both to upgrade and how to pay for it next year.
And Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman Nicholas, I so appreciate that question. I've thought long and hard and lost, quite frankly, a lot of sleep over this. This is so important to us. And you already heard, as you mentioned, the introduction to e-permit and where e-permit is currently. Where it goes from here, and your question, have we or will we partner with ETS? The answer is yes. And I appreciate very much ETS over the last year has had this outreach program. And so they interviewed us and our key players as to what we do and what our needs are. And I appreciate that. I hope that continues in a strong way. But also, in addition to that particular outreach and partnering, we set up at the time a special task force with ETS. I don't know necessarily where that's going to go. And then, pardon me, also, I need to point to other committee meetings I know you've had where you're looking at similar circumstances for very expensive software. And when I was listening in on that, I've only been here, now for a year, and so I'm learning that other effort related to those consulting services. At that time, how I wished we could have kind of tagged on as kind of a very junior partner to that effort. And there still may be possibilities to do that. And if indeed it's $12 million, albeit that a lot of money, that pales in comparisons, as you know, to other softwares in the state. We need to go through the same process to identify our needs, to understand what drives this software, some of the technical issues. I know Representative Summers talked about COBOL, for instance. Can't we continue to learn COBOL? And by the way, the language on this one's SQL. I know you guys have joked on this one in the past too. And we are trying to learn SQL. I'm trying to learn SQL, and I do know COBOL, by the way. At any rate, this combined with perhaps a fee for e-permit, maybe in a business sense, we can stand this up. I hope we can, and I've got a little bit of a past that might help us there too.
So, Greg, did I understand you? You understand COBOL?
I do. I know Fortran Basic and some of the beginning of, some of the C language as well.
Oh my God, YDOT's going to try to hire you away from your current position. All right, let's continue. Bottom of page 35. I think you went through that classified position in the step 3. So where are we at?
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yes, the bottom of 35 heading into 36 then is the position I just discussed.
Yeah.
I apologize. At the top of 35 is that nearly 400,000 out of the 500,000 biennial maintenance for e-permit.
All right, page 39, we're into the Interstate Streams Division.
Thank you very much, and you're correct. Office supplies, minor amount, $500. Page 40, travel in interstate streams, $6,000. And then towards the bottom, contracts. Now, so an additional cost to that 900 series. These contracts that reside in interstate streams are important. There's both contracts and memberships in interstate streams. Contracts related to gauges, gauging water, measuring water as it leaves the state, very important and required in these compacts and decrees. And then also contracts related to, for instance, modeling consumptive use in the Bear River Basin. So these contracts support those efforts related to maintaining our good stead in these interstate compacts and decrees. On page 41, this was Cricket. Cricket and I talked about this. This is just simply a remnant sitting out there. We don't even know necessarily what position 8001 was, but there was money there, and therefore it became part of the reductions. On the bottom of page 41.
So was that an ongoing cost? Dan?
Cricket, can you help me there, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Co-Chairman Nicholas. Cricket, can you help us there? I believe it is. I think it continues to roll over every year, so I don't think it's a one-time cost. And I see her nodding her head. Very
Okay,
good.
thank you.
At the bottom of page 41, then once again, a little over 6,000 in travel reduced in interstate streams.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Greg, and I know you belong, and I know this group here, you know, you belong to a lot of interstate compacts, different things, but $421,000 on page 43 in dues and licenses. Do we belong to anything we don't need to belong to? I mean, why would you cut, you know, something you really need, and we've got $400 and some thousand in dues and licenses? Page 43, your 207 series.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Representative Summers, the short answer is no, or else we would have included it here. I have somewhere in my, we have membership dues, for instance, annual. I know, oh, I've got it right here. I'll just give you a smattering. Upper Colorado River Commission, annual dues is 75,000. Colorado Salinity Control, 21,000. Bear River Commission, 45,000. This goes with partner states or for those listed in the compact to participate. There's usually an administrative staff that supports these commissions. And so that's what you'll find a lion's share of those go to. The other portions of those then are also, or could include, you know, those modeling efforts. And I won't speak necessarily out of turn, but I know we've vetted those, Representative Summers.
Greg,
So-
oh, go ahead, Representative Summers, you have a follow-up?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, you know, I do want a breakdown of that, Greg, for, you know, for later. You know, some of your modeling efforts, I'm not sure that it's worth anything. So
Yeah.
personal opinion.
Page 43.
Greg, I have a question for you before we move on. So is part of that 421,000, does that include the state of Wyoming's contribution to the Colorado River Recovery Program? If not, where do those funds come out of? We make an annual payment for that program.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Cricket, did we get your audio working?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Cricket.
Let me give you a breakdown. For 1 year, the commissions that he just spoke of, for 1 year, it's 174,000. Of course, for 2 years, it's 350,000. And then on top of that, we have some funding we're actually short in the 207 a little bit, or we're short, excuse me, we are, and then in 900 series, we have Endangered Fish Recovery Program, Bellfish Compact, JFA Joint Funding Agreement with the USGS, and Yellowstone River Compact Commission. Those memberships also annual come to 42. So there's a shortage and biannualized at 84. So we have a shortage in our 900 series. And right now we're depending on the little bit of extra that we have in 0207 dues and fees. We're counting, we're going to use those fees to supplement our 900 series where we're short. And again, the 900 series is our USGS cooperative or joint funding agreement.
Any questions on that, Representative Summers? Follow
Oh,
up?
that's good. That's good enough. Thank you. I don't need any more than that.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Page 45, not very much left here. A small amount in office supplies. We're now in North Platte employees or North Platte settlement, unit 1400. Page 46, similar in reduction in equipment rental. Out in the North Platte, we go out with a lot of measuring device, portable measuring device, telemetry equipment, those kinds of things. At times, we need rental equipment. A similar reduction in travel in North Platte employees on page 46. And then finally on page 47, contract reductions, 900 series. And then at the very bottom, we reduced one North Platte employee from full-time to 3/4 time. And that concludes. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Any questions for Greg on the budget? Representative Kenner.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm going to go to Representative Kenner. He's got his hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for your report. I thought we might get to this as we went through your budget, but I'm going to take you all the way back to page 3, if I could. And on page 3, 600 series, engineers and professional land surveyors, $976,000. Could you help me understand that, not being all that familiar with your agency? Help me with a kind of a general idea of what that consists of.
Mr. Vice Chair, Representative Kenner, thank you for that. And I could have explained better. Certainly what you saw in my presentation was mostly the general fund and therefore general fund reductions. Notwithstanding, we support 2 boards out of our budget. One of them is the Board of Professional Engineers and Licensed Surveyors. And so that, and then of course they have entirely their own revenue source through license fees. The other board that we support is at the very bottom there, or line 1500, if you will, code 1500. Well, Drillers Licensing Board, $266,000 in the biennium. And we talked a little bit to this, for instance, in our fees, about $70,000 a year go to help support that.
So Greg, I think would help answer Representative Kenner's question on the engineers and professionals. Those are the license fees that are paid. Is that program self-sustainable? I'm assuming that you collect those and they pay for all of the license and registrations. Is that correct?
Mr. Vice Chairman, that's correct.
All right, there was another question, Representative Summers, or was there somebody else out there?
Senator Perkins.
Senator Perkins, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think this may be a question for one of the, or either you or Chairman Nicholas or Dawn, but with respect on all these position reductions that have been offered up in the stage 1, stage 2 COVID relief in this agency, a lot of them don't have position numbers attached to them, so they were to be announced. So do we need those position numbers at some point?
Mr. Co-Chair, I actually think we do need those position numbers to make sure that they don't show up in a subsequent budget. So if we can get those position numbers, we want to make sure that the funding follows the position. In this case, if you're actually eliminating a position. So I think, Greg, that would be helpful to
Yeah,
include.
Don, does that sound right?
Mr. Chairman, we typically do receive those. It's appears as the D sheet, which is the table after you vote on the expenditure or the appropriation level. The D sheets are almost non-existent in this budget. However, the budget department has provided a master spreadsheet with all of the identified positions and position numbers and funding levels, which we believe is sufficient. We will include that on your JAC master file sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, committee, any more questions for the state engineer Lanning?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Severs.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Greg, it's not a question, it's just a comment. I think you did a really good job on your budget. I like how frank and sincere you are as a director. You're straight up. I really appreciate that. No BS. Thank you.
Thank
I
you, Representative.
won't suggest that maybe some of the other agencies weren't in that form and fashion, but I think Representative Summers is correct. With that, committee, any more questions for State Engineer Lanning? All right, Greg, thank you. Cricket, thank you. We're going to move on to the next agency we have. Department of Workforce Services, Director Cooley. I'm going to turn the screen over to you. If you'd walk us through your budget, please. You're on, Robin.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't hear anybody say anything about that. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Robin Cooley. I'm the Director of Wyoming Workforce Services. We've got a number of other people here to help you, to help me answer some questions that you might have. And I'd like to first introduce them if I may. I've got our Deputy Director, Liz Gagan on, our CFO, Kristen Burkhart, who will actually be holding up the majority of the discussion today. Our Workforce Standards Administrator, Jason Wolf, who can speak to all things OSHA, work comp, labor standards, and those types of issues. Our Workforce Programs Administrator, Ms. Holly McCamey-Simone, who can speak to all things unemployment, workforce centers, and vocational rehabilitation. And I also have our Policy Research and Communications Administrator, Haley McKee. I know you need me to keep my comments here in this summary short. So I want to just start with providing you just some general information that set the table for where we made our reductions and why. And then I will go through just a short summary of those reductions, and then we'll let CFO Burkhart take it over. As you know, this agency really has no downtime. We're an agency that whether we're in a boom or a bust, we're going full steam ahead. We, and this past year has really highlighted the need of this agency across the state, to say the least. From May to June, we saw a 1,300% increase in unemployment claims. And currently we are still at over 300% of what we were last year. So what we saw was a dramatic rippling effect throughout our entire agency. This wasn't just UI, it rippled through every other part of our agency, whether it was increased need with injury claims in workers' compensation, communications, trying to get the word out about 5 new programs that we were able to get out to Wyoming people, or if it was labor standards, accepting some discrimination claims as they're related to COVID. Every part of our agency saw an increase and a need based on what we've seen in the past 8 months. We met that need, in fact, by hiring in excess of 50 temporary employees to ramp up our efforts, which also provides us, though, with the ability to ramp those down when that need diminishes. But we also had to ask existing staff to take on not only their current load, but sometimes 2 and 3 other loads of work in order just to get the monies out to individuals across this state. We maximized every efficiency we had available in this agency to carry out these very critical programs to support businesses, employers around this state. That meant that we were able to get over $500 million into our Wyoming communities, to our workers and our businesses in critical need. And we've given 17,000 Wyoming businesses back just under $33 million in the form of workers' compensation tax credits, thanks to this legislature. I'm going over these statistics for you because it's against that backdrop that we looked at how best to make these general fund reductions in our agency. I want you to think back to our budget meeting last year, and we talked at that time about our fiscal alignments and about how the difficulties in our fiscal department, we were reorganizing our fiscal department entirely and realigning our positions to really fit where they were being charged to or the work that they were doing. And some of the budget reductions you see are just an extension of that. The pandemic, however, provided us with a real opportunity to speed that process up and make it happen quicker, and to take more strategic measures to ensure that we recognize that critical needs would be met across Wyoming, but also ensure that we were able to make the reductions requested by the governor. So with that backdrop in our thinking, I want to go through first our step 2 reductions. We have reduced our general fund budget in our step 2 by $1,198,461 through position moves. Again, I want to focus on the fact that this is a continuation of what you saw and heard during our last budget meeting. These are moves that were made in order to, a lot of them were to align where individuals were already charging their time. Some of them were strategic moves because we recognized that we needed help in other areas of the agency and less help in some other areas of the agency. And Kristen, CFO Burkhart, will go through that with you a little bit further. We also eliminated $221,000 that we had earlier requested to work with ETS to develop a residency and fair labor tracking database. Instead, we were efficient internally and developed a tracking database internally in the office that helps takes us from what was basically a card catalog type of system in that division of our agency to more upgrade. It's not what we wanted, but it will do for now. We also reduced our 600 series by $725,000 within our workforce development training fund. I want to explain this just a little bit further to you here, because that's also in our step 3 budget reductions. The Workforce Development Training Fund has routinely blended general fund dollars with a fund we call Fund 528. Fund 528 is a fund, as you'll recall, we have a federal unemployment insurance trust fund, and that's a healthy fund. And then we also have a state unemployment trust fund, and we only tap into that state fund if our federal fund is depleted. So we have a pretty consistent, because of the health of our federal fund, we have a pretty consistent amount of money in that state fund. Per statute, all of the interest off of that fund goes into what we call Fund 528. And per statute, that Fund 528 dollars are intended for training dollars for Wyoming employers and businesses and employees across Wyoming. What we recognized was that we aren't using that Fund 528 to its most effective benefit. So what we've done in both step 2 and step 3 is we've been able to reduce our general fund dollars that are going to these training fund monies going out across the state, even though we're not going to be reducing any of those monies or any of those training fund dollars going out. We're just going to use Fund 528 more effectively.
Robin, with that, could you go ahead and jump in and show us those line item by line item where you're making those changes? So if we get past the summary table and get into your actual step 2, and then walk us through those.
Mr. Vice Chairman, CFO Burkhart, would you be able to do that right now? Or we were going to go page by page as you had requested earlier, but we can do that right now. Can you find those, Kristen?
Yep. I'll just start in. We'll just cut Director Cooley's summary short, and I'll just get going on the details.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Director Cooley, this is Representative Larson. Could you just share with me
those numbers. I don't know if I heard them wrong or whatnot. Your step 2 overall cuts was how much?
Total step 2, Kristen, you're gonna have to help me out on that.
I don't have the totals.
I don't think I mentioned that.
I don't have the totals.
Mr.
But
Chairman,
if you look,
I've got it right here. Excuse me. Mr. Vice Chairman, Representative Larson, that total is $2,144,461.
that was
And
step
that's
2. Yeah.
That's step 2.
Okay, thank you. I've got that. I'm tracking with you now. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, before I leave, just thanks to your department. Great job over this, all of you. And they still kept their sense of humor, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Guru, excuse me. Senator.
Chairman.
Senator.
Oh, yeah, Senator. Yeah, there you go. Field promotion and everything. Thanks. Director Cooley, you said before we get to CFO Burkhart here and talk about these swaps, you said the fund was healthy. The UI fund was healthy. How healthy? Number healthy. Give me.
I don't have a number for you, but the last analysis we did of it, we have enough in the fund to pay out unemployment claims through the next 2 years.
If I can follow up, which
Go
is
ahead, Senator.
significantly more than what's the average state have in UI backstop?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Senator Guru, we have a number of states that are already having to get loans from the federal government to pay out those monies. I don't know that I have an average, but there's probably, I would say, at least 10 states that are getting loans from the federal government to pay out those monies that they'll have to pay back later. We're not anywhere near that situation. We can get you an average on that, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ron.
Mr.
Vice
Chairman.
I can give you a October ending balance for that UI, the federal UI trust fund. That balance as of the end of October was $297,051,984. And then our state UI trust fund has a balance of $51.4 million.
That answer your question, Senator Guru? All right, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Director Cooley, I appreciate all your hard work during this COVID crisis. And like Representative Larson, we do appreciate what you do. But I have noticed in your budget reductions, and I've dinged every agency that I've seen this on, you took absolutely no cuts in your 100 series. And all of your cuts are the big end of your cuts are in grants. You did some swaps, so that's good. But kind of explain to me the reasoning behind that. 559 positions, not one cut in your 100 series.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Representative Summers, thank you for the question. I guess what we looked at, Representative Summers, is the fact that we're hiring temporary employees right now in order to get the work done. We also have, and that's why I was speaking to that, we also have employees doing 2 and 3 times of their workload now with significant overtime hours. Right now, and what we have ahead of us, we didn't think it was the appropriate time to be cutting positions in the agency, especially when the responsible thing we felt was that we could better align our positions with the funding sources that they were actually charging to in a lot of circumstances. We felt that was the first step we needed to take. Certainly, if we need to go further, the cuts will happen. But right now, we didn't need to do that, and we didn't think it was the thing to do right now. Thank you.
Question, Walter, Representative Walters, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Burkhart, does the federal government hold it against the state if our unemployment account becomes too large? So we're at roughly 50 million right now. If it gets at 80 million, do they stop wanting to contribute? Is there a balance that we try to maintain that fund so that we don't upset the feds?
Good question, Mr. Vice Chairman. So the state trust fund piece won't, we don't collect any more additional funds into that. It's at its maximum capacity right now. So we don't collect any additional on the state UI trust fund itself. So it stays at that $51.4 million until we start to deplete it. After we deplete all the federal, then we'll start depleting the state, and then a new tax would be implemented to replenish that. So it's at its max now. So we don't collect any more funds into that. The federal trust fund, it's one of the healthier in the country, and we've gotten a lot of information from the feds. They're happy with where we're at. They're happy that we're not having to borrow money, and that we'll be able to get through this pandemic, for the next couple of years.
Does
that answer your question?
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the federal, what's the range on the balance in that? Because I was looking at the fiscal data book, and it was considerably higher in there.
Yes, so we had at the beginning of March, the balance was $339.8 million. It's dipped as low as $289.5 million. We did deposit some CARES Act money in there to assist with all of the COVID-related claims that have come in. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
And we can go back further if you want, further back, but that's what I have for now.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. Kristen, we've been looking forward to having you here again. So kind of a combination of Representative Walters and Representative Schwartz. So we've maxed out the state fund. We've used the federal fund, and we put some CARES money in there. Could we put more if we had excess, if we have not used all of our CARES money by the end of the month? Could we deposit more on the federal side without causing any problems?
Mr. Vice Chairman, yes, we have been in communication with the governor's office quite frequently in the last month to discuss that. We've given them data. We've actually had a total of, it was just over $108 million in COVID-related regular UI claims paid out of the fund. So we believe that we have expenditures that have already gone out. And if we do have money at the end of the year left over, we could put that in there to help replenish the fund. Yes.
Thank you.
And follow up, Mr. Chairman, and
Go
then
ahead.
that would then prevent any additional impact on the businesses that on their UI.
Yeah, and Mr. Vice Chairman, we can get you some, so it gets rather complicated, the UI trust fund, and there's 3 different factors that contribute to the rate that the employers are charged. It does help with a piece of those criteria, but not all of them. It also will help if we get a executive order in place for the non-charging as well. And so we can get you a write-up on like all the different ramifications to that. We've already provided some of that information to the governor's office. So
if you would, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, committee, any more questions for Director Cooley or Kristen? If not, Kristen, would you walk us through the budget?
Sure thing, Mr. Vice Chairman. So on page 12, you're going to see the step 2 reduction table. And then on page 14 is the step 3 reduction tables. I'm actually just going to go page by page as you've requested. I will note that we don't have any supplemental requests, and there are no statutory required changes for the cuts and reductions that we are proposing. So if you turn your attention to page 17, this is where we're going to start. This unit is 0101, and this is the Office of the Director. We've made a total reduction out of this unit of $874,932. That first priority is priority 1. It's a step 2 reduction. This is a position move. This is a fiscal position that oversees both our generally funded Office of the Director fiscal responsibilities, as well as our Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or what I will continue to call WIOA because it's easier that way. And so we're proposing that that position it be moved to Unit 0150. So you'll see it moved over there when we get to that unit. But we're also reducing the general fund budget of that from 100%, and we're removing 80% to go to WIOA. So that total reduction is $169,389. And that includes salaries, benefits, and associated costs out of 200 series, 400 series, and 900 series. The governor does recommend approval of this reduction. Okay, there's no questions. I'm going to move to page 18. You're going to find priority number 1 again. This is a step 2 reduction. Again, this is a position move. When we originally did this, proposed this budget reduction, this was a work comp administrative assistant position, and we were going to, that position was charging 80% to the industrial accident fund and 20% to general fund, but the budget was 100% generally funded. So we were going to propose to correct that, that funding. However, since we've done this, we have worked with our USDOL partners, and we have been able to get funding to boost our efforts in serving veterans. So this position will now be 100% federally funded, and it will allow our Disabled Veterans Outreach Program to grow its reach in the priority of veteran population in our state. And additionally, this position will travel to assist individuals who are involved in mass layoffs through our rapid response program. And so so what I'm proposing is a change to this just a little bit. So we're going to reduce the general fund budget still by $157,121. And then instead of it going to the industrial accident fund, it will be federally funded through our DOL grant.
Okay, continue.
Was there a question? Sorry.
No, go ahead and continue.
Okay, sorry. All right. So
Representative Walters had a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Burkhart, you just mentioned something about 20% of this will be federal funds to help with veterans finding services, if I understood that correctly. And so then I would ask, what is that individual's interaction going to be with the military departments, VSOs, veteran service officers that also work on that kind of an activity? And then my third part of the question would be, could we shift all of the efforts that the military department does through VSOs over to federal funding?
Okay, so Mr. Vice Chairman, let me clarify. So we originally proposed moving 80% general fund to industrial accident fund. I'm now proposing the whole amount of the salary be moved out of general fund to federal funds for that veterans program. And I cannot speak to the involvement with the military department. I'm not sure if maybe Haley McKee can answer that, or one of our other administrators might be able to answer that.
Go ahead, Haley.
Mr. Vice Chair and Representative Walters, this individual does work very closely with all of our military and veteran stakeholders. I will look into that particular group, but certainly they have all sorts of connections and outreach that they do with this very special population.
Any follow-up, Representative Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, and I think it would just be great if we could find out if there are more federal dollars available to fund those positions within the military department as well, or through your office within the military department in some way. Just trying to find federal dollars to replace general fund. So thank you for looking into that.
Okay, Kristen, back to you.
Okay, so the governor did recommend approval of that reduction. Okay, we're on page 19. This is priority number 1A. This is a step 3 reduction. This is a administrator position over our work comp division. So that position has historically charged 80% of their time to the industrial accident fund and 20% to our general fund, because that position also oversees, you know, meetings like this and a lot of generally funded duties. And so, and that's how that position charges. So we are proposing that the budget be corrected to 80% generally funded and 20% generally, 80% industrial accident fund and 20% generally funded. So the reduction to general fund is $279,191. And the governor does recommend approval of that reduction, and he has biennialized that. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Page 20B. This is a position move. This is a position that oversees our WIOA federal fiscal duties, as well as all of our Office of the Director fiscal duties. So this position truly should be and can charge 80% of their time to the WIOA grant. So we're proposing an 80% reduction from general fund to WIOA in the amount of $247,006. And this position, I'm also proposing we move to unit 0150. So you will see this again over in 0150. And the governor does recommend approval of this reduction, and he has biennialized it.
Okay, continue.
Page 21 is priority number 3A. This is a cut that you will see in all of our generally funded units. It's a cut to 200 and 900 series. This speaks to a lot of the budget cleanup, and in reviewing the reversions that we did for BFY19, we went through and did some general fund cuts to the 200 and 900 series. So for this unit, we are proposing a total cut of $22,225. And the governor does recommend this cut, and he has biennialized it.
Continue.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next unit on page 25. This is our policy research and communications unit 0110. This unit is taking a total reduction of $270,973. The first reduction is priority number 1C. This is a step 3 reduction. This is a position move, and this is our Workforce Development Council liaison. And this position is 100% dedicated to our council, and our council is 100% federally funded by our WIOA program. And so in consultation with our council, we have determined that their federal grant can pay for this and should pay for this. So this is a total reduction of $250,373. And this position is also being moved to unit 0150. So you'll see this again here shortly. The governor does recommend approval of that reduction, and he has biennialized it.
All right, continue.
Page 26, Mr. Vice Chairman, is priority number 3B. And again, this is a general fund cut to our 200 and 900 series to this unit for $20,600. The governor does recommend approval of this cut, and he has biennialized it.
All right, next unit.
Next unit starts on page 30. This unit contains several different programs. It includes our Workforce Development Training Fund, our Senior Community Service Employment Program, or CSEP, and our Head Start Collaboration Office. This unit is taking a total reduction of $1,188,997. You're going to see the first cut on page 30. This is priority number 3. It's a step 2 cut, And Director Cooley spoke to this cut in her opening statements. This is a cut to the 600 series in the amount of $725,000. And this is where we're going to utilize our Fund 528 to take over these training funds so that we can continue to maintain this program and to continue to provide ongoing training to Wyoming businesses. And the governor has recommended approval of that reduction.
Okay, continue.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, question, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And this might be actually for Dawn. So Dawn, if you could pop in for a second, if you're there. Maybe Dawn's not there.
Here he is. Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Dawn. You know, and we've seen this in a lot of agencies, and I just can't remember. We see the reduction in general fund, but they're doing a swap. And so on kind of within the budget book itself, I don't know that, you know, you see it in the table, but you don't see it in the write-up. Is that how it's always done? You don't really, you know, on some of the positions, we actually see the fund swap. You'll increase so much in whatever fund they're talking about and decrease in general fund. So talk about this in the grants, why we don't see a similar.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I would concur with Representative Summers' general description. It is, I think, staff's preference and previous committee's preference that the swap is shown both in the table as well as in the narrative. There are several agencies that have mentioned or referred to in their narrative a swap of federal funds and not specified where those funds will come from. Technically, the executive branch has full authority to accept additional federal revenues or other revenues to support those funds. I think it's beneficial if it is shown in the table so that if a position is going to move from general funds to federal funds, you will also be aware that there will be less federal funds available for pass-through grants or purchases of supplies and equipment and that sort of thing.
Mr. Chairman and Don, thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, you know, it is up to us to authorize, I think, whether it's federal or whether it's state or whether it's some other fund. And so I would just ask the chairs to consider, you know, I think this needs to be cleaned up across our budget books. It's just, this has been probably the agency that I've seen this the most in. And I think it's troublesome as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Kevin, you got any feedback on this?
Chairman, I agree. I think that it's our preference to have the narrative and the tables reflective. The tables are correct. I think we've reviewed that in the fullest, and I also believe that LSO has as well. But please understand that the gravity of what we were trying to accomplish throughout the summer, fall, and now was very significant. But my preference would be to have the narratives reflective of those swaps.
So if I could just, Mr. Vice Chairman, add a little to that. This is a cut on the general fund out of 600 series. We're not adding the $725,000 to Fund 528. We already have an appropriation in Fund 528 that we can utilize instead. I don't know if that helps at all.
I believe what Representative Summers was not talking specifically to this, but as the general where we've seen several of these fund swaps. Is that correct, Representative Summers?
Mr. Chairman, in general, yes, but no. Actually, okay. if you're gonna withdraw from another fund or change how you appropriate in another fund, federal fund, then as long as you have another unit that shows this in your budget, I'm fine with that. But if you don't have another unit that shows how you're moving that money or changing that appropriation within that, I think it's important for us, and particularly people that read these budgets, to understand that. So that's just my 10 cents worth. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Kristen, just to follow up on, if we could just if it, just to have that little more explanation that the funds are there and you're just going to cover it out of those funds, just helps us understand how that helps us get that straight in our mind. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely, definitely.
Committee, any more questions on this subject? All right, go ahead, Kristen.
Okay, page 31, you're going to see priority number 2. This is a step 3 this is a step 3 cut. So this is for our Head Start Collaboration Office. This is a federally funded program, and it's been set up with a cash match of $62,500 that a match is required for the federal grant. We have worked through this and determined that we can use an in-kind match instead of a cash match. So we are cutting the cash match of the $62,500. And the governor does recommend approval of this, and he has biennialized it.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. Just give us an idea of what you're going to use for your in-kind match. Is it resources, facilities? Is it what?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Vice Chairman, Representative Larson. So we have some salaries that we can use out of our administrative group, as well as facilities, supplies. It's a small match, but we have enough in our administrative costs to be able to meet that match for that program. Okay.
Continue.
Page 32, you're going to find priority number 3C. This is a general fund cut, step 3 cut out of 200 and 900 series for a total of $9,300. A lot of the money within this, this is the wrong one, sorry. This is just a general fund cut for $9,300. Sorry, the governor has recommended this cut and he has biennialized it. My apologies. Moving on to page 33, you're going to see priority number 4. This is again another cut to 600 series out of our Workforce Development Training Fund for $392,197. And again, we have the appropriation out of Fund 528 to just utilize Fund 528 and cut the general fund. The governor has recommended approval of this cut, and he has biennialized it. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Question, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Burkhart, you probably have already said this, but again, about the 528 fund. A couple of years ago, it had a fund balance of about $8 million. You're putting some previous general fund spending, and you're going to pay it out of the 528 fund. What's the source of the funding into the 528? Does it replenish and at what rate? So, I mean, how long can you do this? I kind of is my question.
It's a good question. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chairman, Representative Stiff. So that by statute, our state UI trust fund, which has right now a constant balance of $51.4 million until we tap into that. The interest earned off of that moves over into Fund 528 to fund the Workforce Development Training Fund. And so right now, we watch those interest rates, and I'm not part of the investment part of that as well, but so far, and I think I could get you like how much interest we're earning on that every year. It's been pretty consistent for the last several years. And so we get an appropriation of about, it's like $2 million just in Fund 528 in addition to the general fund. So on top of what's in the balance of the fund, because we can use that as well. So
follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Ms. Burkhart, so it backfills at the rate of about $2 million a year. And then how much of all the swaps you're doing, about how much are you spending a year? I mean, just big picture, if you know.
We're out of Fund 520. I'll have to get you that information. I can get you I have a whole sheet on just spending and what's earned and what's spent and what the appropriation is. So we can get that for you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
On page 29, real quick, on the fund balances, we provide a snippet. So you can see the revenue and the expenditure as they program on page 29. It's not perfect, but it's close.
All right, if there's no more questions, go ahead, Kristen. I think we're on page 36 now. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. This is our quality childcare, or we call it Y Quality Counts unit, is unit 0135. The first priority, number 3D, is a step 3 reduction, and this is a cut for 200 and 900 series for a total of $31,250. This is the one I was getting ready to talk about in the last unit and got myself confused, but this is this unit helps to a piece of this meet the federal block grant for a grant that the Department of Family Services has. So we've worked with them through this cut to make sure that they can still meet their federal block requirements, and we're not it's not impacting their federal grant. And we'll continue to work with them as we work through this stuff. So that has been, the governor has recommended that reduction, and he has biennialized it.
All right, let's continue. New unit
is our Serve Wyoming unit. This is for the Serve Wyoming organization that is outside of our entity, but they are awarded this money through our agency. We did, because we felt all generally funded programs needed to take a cut, we did give them a flat 10% cut. We have worked with them through this cut. They've told us that this reduction is equivalent to 4 months of salary for one position, and that they will work with some of their other charitable giving funds to see if they can increase that, but in the meantime, they will not be filling a position. And the governor does recommend approval of this cut, and he has biennialized it.
All right, next.
Okay. Page 42 is, well, it starts on the bottom of 41. This is for our employment and training unit. So step 1, this is where you're going to see some of those position moves added over and the funding moved to federal funds. So the first one there, priority 1 at the top of page 42, is a position that we moved out of Office of the Director and reduced general fund. And here we're adding it to our WIOA federal dollars. And the governor has recommended approval of this move. On page 43, you're going to find priority number 1. This is an example of what Director Cooley spoke of earlier. This is 6 positions that work in our workforce centers. They charge all of their time to our WIOA grant, our federal grant. And for some reason, they were budgeted as generally funded. So we are proposing to move the revenue only for their positions from general fund to federal funds. So that reduction is $451,123. And the governor has recommended approval of this reduction. Page 44, you're going to find priority number 1B. This is a step 3 reduction. Again, this is a position that we moved from the Office of the Director, and we reduced the general fund by 80% and moved it to our WIOA federal grants. And here you're seeing it's being added here to this unit. The governor has recommended approval of this, and he has biennialized it.
Continue.
Page 45, you're going to find priority number 1C. This is a reduction. This is a position move out of our policy research and communication team. This was our Workforce Development Council liaison. And so this reduced general fund by $250,373 and moved it to federal WIOA funds. The governor does recommend approval of this, and he has biennialized it. At the bottom of page 46, you're going to find priority number 1D. This is a step 3 reduction. These is 2 positions. So one position is a workforce center employee who's, again, been charging their time to our WIOA federal grant and should have their salary moved to 100% from generally funded to federally funded. And the other position is in our Workforce Opportunity Tax Credit Program, or our WOTC program. And that position, it's budgeted 30% generally and 70% federally. In reality, it should be 70% federally and 30% other funds out of our employment support funds. And that employment support funds is what supports our federal programs where they may run a little short. So that total reduction is $195,091. And the governor recommends approval of this reduction, and he has biennialized it. On the bottom of page 41, you see priority number 3F. It rolls over to page 48. This is a general fund cut to this unit out of 200 and 900 series for $156,900. The governor does recommend approval of this, and he has biennialized it. Next unit, if there's no questions, starts on page 56. This is our vocational rehabilitation unit. This is a position, this was a VR fiscal position that we determined this was part of the fiscal restructuring, and our work comp fiscal team was a little on the short side, and we needed additional staff to help over there, which turned out, we did this even before COVID hit, and it was a good thing with all the premium credits and work comp claims that we moved this position. But this position was 22% generally funded, 78% generally funded, and we are moving it to 100% industrial accident or other funded for a total of $112,527. The governor does recommend this approval. I'm sorry, the general fund cut is only to $23,919. My apologies. The total for the salary move into industrial accident fund is $112,527. Sorry for that. Okay.
All right, labor standards.
Labor standards. Page 61. This is priority. You're going to find priority number 2. This is a step 2 reduction. Director Cooley spoke to this briefly. This is we requested in this biennium's exception request for $221,000 for ETS to develop a residency and fair employment tracking database. We found a more cost-efficient way to do that. It's not exactly what we want, but it's not a paper system, and we're going to make it work for now. So we're proposing a cut of $221,000, and the governor does recommend approval of this reduction or this cut. Okay, the bottom of 61 is priority number 1. It's all over on page 62. This is a position move. Again, this is budget cleanup because many of you may recall, we developed a residency preference group per your recommendations. This was a position that never got moved to that group, but has been over there in that group, working there, charging there, and should no longer be generally funded, but funded by the Industrial Accident Fund, which is where they've been charging. So that's a total reduction of $224,235, and the governor does recommend approval of that reduction. Bottom of page 62 is priority number 1F. So this is this reduction is 2 positions. It's actually 2 cuts of positions out of labor standards. But as Director Cooley mentioned, we strategically decided to place those positions in places that there was a critical need for. So one of those positions was moved to the UI appeals group. Our appeals since the pandemic has hit has increased by 438%. And we don't have very many staff over there. So we moved one of the positions over there to help with the appeals. The other position was moved to our Disability Determination Services unit. That unit is funded with Social Security Administration federal dollars. And that program, that unit has been short-staffed. We don't necessarily meet what the federal partners would like us to meet as far as the number of staff to deal with the number of claims that we have over there. So we moved one of those staff members over there as well. So with the cut out of labor standards has now gone from 13 staff members to 10 staff members. And the total reduction on this request is $456,112.
Mr.
And the
Chairman.
governor has recommended approval of this.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Kristen, this is, you know, I can see this, you know, so this is a really, you know, and this is kind of the old standard form. You can see where the dollars are getting replaced right there. And it's very transparent for anybody that looks at it. And so, and I know that you've done that on some and some you haven't, and some they're in other, as long as you can go somewhere else in the budget and see where the swap occurs. But when you have huge dollars and you don't see where the money comes from and where it goes out of, or it's just difficult. But this is really good. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Vice Chairman, Representative Summers. I promise to continue to improve and do better.
All right, priority 3G at the bottom of page 63.
Yep. Okay, so this, rolling over to page 64, this is a general fund cut to this unit out of 200 and 900 series for a total of $37,400. The governor does recommend approval of this reduction, and he has biennialized it. Okay, moving on to page 69. This is our workers' comp and OSHA division. And this is priority number 1. It's a step 2 reduction. This is a budget cleanup. This was a position that had been moved last biennium, and not all of the benefits got moved for some reason with that move. So we're getting everything moved over to the industrial accident fund. So it's a reduction of $4,535. The governor does recommend approval of this, and he's recommended it. Okay. Moving on. This is our last unit, is on page 74. This is our disability determination services unit. We have one reduction in here. This is a position within disability determination services. This is a fiscal position. And the federal SSA has agreed to fund that position. So we are reducing the general fund by $192,058 and moving that to our Social Security Disability federal funds. And the governor does recommend approval of that reduction.
Committee, any questions for Kristen? If no questions, Director Cooley, I would turn it back to you. Up,
Mr. Chairman.
Or Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. Actually, is Jason still on?
He should be.
Okay.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Jason. Oh, shoot, now I wanted to go back to the workers' comp fund. I can't get my computer to find. Let's see, one second. Where was that? Page 68, I believe. No, workers' comp. Yeah, page 68. Just a quick question. We passed a law last year to give a rate holiday on that for employees. And then when we did the special session, we added another. Wanted to ask how that impacted the fund. I'm looking at the balances. It looks like it's pretty strong, but just wanted to kind of get your take on it. And where the fund is now. And a second question about claims on COVID-19 on that fund.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Senator Guru. Yeah, so the two rate holidays, one passed in the budget session and then the other one earlier this year in the special session, was the equivalent of about $32 million. So roughly about $16.5 million per credit that we passed. Those credits are paid out to the employers as they apply for them per the Senate File 1002 that we passed in the special session. They actually have until June of 2021 to utilize those credits. As of the ending third quarter, those that have applied for the credit, we're nearing about $12 million paid out for those credits so far. So not quite halfway there, but
Okay.
as far as the impact to the fund, Senator Guru, I think just some numbers that I pulled, fund balance ending June 30 of 2020, which is the cutoff date for when we send all the information to the actuarial team to do their analysis of the rates and such. The balance ending of June 30 was 2.257 billion. Balance as of this morning is 2.31 billion.
So I had Representative Larson, and then I'll go to you, Co-Chairman Bebout.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So Kristen, this comes back to you, and my compliments to you on your presentation and being prepared. Very well done. But we see you shift a lot of these positions from general fund over to other funds, and in your comments imply that in looking and reviewing this should be done. And so why wasn't it done?
Yes, good question, Mr. Vice Chairman, Representative Larson. So as we've been talking about, I, came to this agency 3 years ago and, discovered that there was a lot of things that needed to be corrected as far as the budget is concerned. So the 21-22 biennium was the first one that I actually was a full participant in the ability to start that cleanup process. And so you saw a lot of that cleanup in the last year when we presented to you, and let you know at that time that we would continue to have some cleanup as we went. We still have a few things. None of it's at this point generally funded that needs cleaned up. We do have a few additional things that don't impact general funds that needs to be corrected. But it's kind of just one bite at a time as we start to look into things and create efficiencies and get better reporting going. So it's an ongoing process, and I think we're getting pretty close, especially on the general fund side.
Well,
Thanks,
thank
Kristen.
you. Well done.
Co-Chairman Bebout, you had a question?
Yes, I did, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you. And go back to Jason a little bit about the program we had the last couple of years, Jason. And when I talk to the working people in our state and the small businesses around our state, this is one of the programs that I think we implemented that really has some huge benefits. And so several questions along that line. The first question is at least in the Senate, I'm sure you had in the House as well, but there was considerable debate about the actuarial soundness. When you got a fund of $2.2 billion and we're kicking out $15 million once or twice a year, to me, that's minuscule when you look at the benefits of it. So the first question, Mr. Vice Chair, is tell me a little bit about the actuarial studies that we did. And to me, I'm sure it had no negative effect whatsoever, but could you give a quick update? And then I have several other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senator Bebout, yes. So I think kind of just to go back to Senator Gru's question, I think I forgot to answer that just briefly. We've had, in regards to the COVID claims that have been filed, we've spent a little over $401,000 in medical and indemnity expenses related to COVID claims, and that's across a little over 800 claims as of yesterday that have been filed with us. Senator Bebout, as to your question, I think, before we did the rate holidays, we had the actuary take a look at that and analyze the impact for us. As most of you are aware, the liabilities that exist within workers' comp are discounted equal to an average of what our rate of return on the investments are. Investments over the past couple of years have done extremely well. As I'm sure most of you are aware, we've had over 8% rate of return on the fund for the past 2 years. A typical rate of return that we see is anywhere between 2 and 4% annually. So that is an exceptionally good rate of return, and thus we have we have some money in the fund, as you know, Senator Bebout. So as of the rate holidays and stuff and the impact, I think as you guys are aware, the actuary gives us what we call a provision for adverse deviation, where we stand on a discounted basis with that at this point. Liabilities are discounted as of June 30, about $1.3 billion. So that would give us a net funding position on a discounted basis of about $914 million.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And having had the opportunity over my business career to work in other states in the Rockies, these reciprocating agreements and things, we go in other states, they really treat Wyoming workers poorly compared to how we treat them. And we always need to work on treating them when they come here like we're treated when we go in their states. That's another separate issue. But I think the thing that we need to be thinking about for both, for Mr. Co-Chair Nicholas and maybe Senator Perkins, if he's on the line as well, is to consider, as we move this legislation, any legislation we move forward to discuss in May, when and if you guys get together and gals get together, is to look at some more of these kind of programs to help out the workers. People, small business are struggling right now in our state, and every little bit helps. And when you have $985 million sitting there, now's the time to step up and do some more of these rate holidays. I, for one, think it's a great idea. I do benefit from it. I take advantage of it. But I'm just one of many small businesses that need this kind of relief. So, Jason, I hope that as we move forward, and maybe this committee can look at some legislation. I know Senator Larson, or not Senator Larson, but Representative Larson and I worked on this last time. And maybe, Lloyd, you can take it and run with it, whatever. But this is some real benefits to the working men and women of Wyoming. Well done program. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you,
All right,
Senator.
committee, is there any other questions? Was Representative Larson, did you have a question? All right, with that, if I see no more questions, Director Cooley, any closing comments you might have?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Oh, Mr. Co-Chair.
I would like to, excuse me, Rob, on these 50 temps that you have, how much does that cost us? I take it that's all been reimbursed already through COVID. And if that's correct, what you anticipate in your crystal ball on how long you're going to need them, and where are they coming from? Are they from local folks here in Cheyenne? Where do they come from?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Co-Chairman, we do have some administrative CARES Act funding that pays for that. We've got part of it paid for through employment support funds, and part of that is paid for through our regular UI funds. Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong on that. We have contracts with a couple of the temporary businesses around the state, and that's where we get them from. We go through a background check with them, and they have to go through pretty extensive training in order to do any work with UI because it's such a complex system. But for the most part, that's where we're getting them from.
So can you provide us a breakdown of how much COVID pays versus the UI and the other folks? And have you and will you submit further claims on those, on the COVID dollars? And if there's looks like there's another bill that's may come out by the end of the year.
Yeah. Kristen, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Co-Chairman, Kristen, we can provide that information. Do you have anything else to add on that?
No, we can provide you that information, and a bulk of it was paid for, like Director Cooley said, out of our UI administrative grant that we received when the pandemic hit. And some of it was also paid out of, and I'll get you a breakdown of where all that was paid out of, but some was out of our employment support funds, and also was some out of what we call our penalties and interest fund on the UI side, which we can utilize for instances like this where we need assistance. So
how much was that? Thanks, Kristen. How much was that administrative grant for UI implementation?
It was 1.7 million and some change.
Well, not a whole lot. Yeah.
Not a whole lot, no.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you provide that, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Committee, any more questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And this question is for Director Cooley. And so Robin, as you know, I give you a call to talk about the Women's Council. And so I guess my question to you is, and I kind of prepped you that I might ask you this, is if we shifted that, apparently the Business Council doesn't really want the Women's Council. So is that something your shop could take on if we moved the money that was in the Business Council with that assignment? Would that fit your agency? Would it be something you guys could want to do? Give me your thoughts on that, please.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, Representative Summers, we've talked to both the Wyoming Business Council and the Women's Council about the work that they do. I think it does align with our agency, perhaps better than it does with the Business Council, certainly. And that is something that, as we've tossed it around with our leadership team, I think that what we can do is take existing employees. We may need to tag team some of them at various times. My understanding is we provide assistance with some conference work, some of their meetings. So yes, we could take that on with existing employees. We would just need the funding stream to come with it. We don't have money to help them out with the conferences and the meetings, unfortunately. But yes, that is something that I think that we could take on.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Director Cooley, for that. Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Guru.
Sorry, Mr. Co-Chair, one more question. I want to get back real quick to that $401,000, Jason, on the workers' comp claims on COVID-19. Will those claims continue after December 31st? And we talked about this a little bit when we met, but I just wanted to highlight this to me, this is something that, this could be a number that we just don't know where it's going. And it concerns me that, we're going to need to keep an eye on that as far as how those claims come. But what's the status? Does it stop? Does it keep going? What's the deal?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, great question. As you know, when we accept liability for a claim under workers' compensation, we're liable for that for what we call the life of the claim. So if 20 years from now a person is having effects of COVID-19 and they were covered under workers' compensation, we're going to still be liable to pay for that so long as it's reasonable and related to the injury. So yeah, I think there's some concern that lies there. We unfortunately have had one fatality filed with us due to COVID-19. That is not reflected in that 401,000. I surmise that will be a healthy chunk of money, probably $500,000 or more. And I think there's, some concern about, as you know, the reimbursement for the money through the CARES Act funding ends December 30th. As does all of you, I think, are aware of the statute that was passed during the special session that amended the definition of an injury to accept COVID-19 basically as a presumption under workers' compensation, actually ends December 30th. So as long as those claims are filed prior to or on December 30th, we're going to continue to be liable for those claims regardless if there's any federal reimbursement or dollars to those. And again, I would add that, by statute that was passed in special session, those charges are in fact non-charged to an employer's experience rating. So not only are we liable for those, we're not going to be collecting any further premium payments for those dollars that are paid out.
Thank you.
I thought that the extension went for as long as we were in a state of emergency and not just through the end of the year.
Mr. Co-Chairman, that is the Senate File 1002 only allows us to accept the presumption of COVID as related to the work through December 30th. Now, I would add, and Chairman Nicholas, as you know, I think under the normal definition of an injury, there is the possibility that we could cover somebody's COVID-related claim. It's just that the nature of the work has to heighten the risk of the exposure to a communicable disease. Typically, we don't cover a communicable disease under workers' comp. But for instance, if you're a first responder or maybe a frontline healthcare worker, that obviously is going to increase your exposure risk. And in all likelihood, your exposure or contraction of the virus would be covered under workers' comp. The unfortunate part for the employer is it's going to be charged to their experience rating.
Thank you.
Committee, more questions? All right, Robin, Kristen, and appreciate you having your staff on today. Good job on the budget.
Good job.
Committee, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. That puts us a half an hour behind schedule. Buck, I seen you were in the waiting room, so be prepared at 10:30. We're going to take up the governor's letters, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Dawn, are you on?
Mr. Chairman, I am, and we are streaming on YouTube.
All right, where can we find, did you email the governor's letters out, or where do we have those in our SharePoint?
Yes, I emailed them last evening, and they're also stored out on SharePoint there is a file called Executive Letters.
Okay, I only got like 25 emails last night. About what time did you send that out? Okay, I see it. There it is.
3 of them, Larry.
It was 6:50 p.m.
Yep, I've got it. All right. So does everybody have their copies of the governor's letters, committee?
Sure. Yep.
All right, I am going to reconvene now. And with that, Buck, I'm assuming that you're going to be presenting the governor's letters. And with that, Buck, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to both you and the co-chairs. Good to be with you again. And my name is Buck McVeigh. I'm Chief of Staff for Governor Mark Gordon, and I will present to you today the 3 governor's letters, and then ask that we discuss a 4th topic that hasn't been put into a letter yet, but we can just discuss that if that be all right, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yep, we can do that. Proceed, Buck.
For the purposes of time management, I hope to be brief with these letters. Again, I'll cover 3 of them, and I'll start with the first letter, which is in regards to the Wyoming Military Cowboy Challenge Program. And basically, in summary of this, Mr. Chairman, the governor is requesting to basically eliminate yet extend the Youth Challenge Academy by just 1 more class in the spring of 2021, and adjust the school foundation program and federal funds accordingly. I would add that this came with great reluctance from the governor, and but again, he is proposing to eliminate the Youth Challenge program. And it's kind of a bittersweet thing, because we've known that this program has been successful to some degree, and has benefited a lot of at-risk teenagers who are basically struggling to find themselves in life, and have dropped out of high school. But the problem is in these tough budget times, when you're looking to prioritize things that for importance and looking for ways to cut, this was one that kind of stood out with the military department, because it really is not germane to the Wyoming National Guard's mission. It doesn't help them in improving their readiness, nor does it help them with their recruitment. And lastly, it would free up some facilities for them to use in preparedness at Camp Guernsey as well. As the governor said in his letter here, because the Youth Challenge program is funded out of the school foundation account, this really was an area of twofold, really, that he could, one, he could propose the slowing of the spending from that account, which we all know can use a little bit of that. And secondly, any shortfalls that we find ourselves in school spending will eventually be paid out of LISRA as well. So the governor believes this is a solid proposal and deserves discussion. Now, with regard to the adjustment of the school foundation program, the governor's asking for an adjustment to his proposed reduction in the school foundation program, and actually increasing that reduction by a total of $594,000. And on the other hand, increasing the federal, the spending authority for federal funds up to $1.5 million. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that is kind of the synopsis of letter number 1.
Committee, any questions on letter number 1 for Buck?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Hi, Buck, welcome. Hope everything's going well. My first question, I got 2 questions. One is your letter says 500,000, and I just thought you said a different number. So that's one. And then the second question, it says this will allow the last class to fully complete the program. Okay, I get that. And then pay to properly close the facility. So pay to properly close the facility. What are we talking there? What kind of money? What's that? Really, what's then the breakdown of that $590,000? Is it all just in program, or are you paying for something else here?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, thank you for those questions. The first question is in fact regarding the dollar amount. You're exactly right. It does state in the letter, your copy of your letter, 500,000. It was revealed to me this morning by Policy Advisor Erica Legursky that number is in fact 594,000. With regard to the closing of the facilities and the dollar amount, I really do not know the dollar figure, and I'm not sure. I believe Erica is on this, is in this meeting, and I think Kevin Hibbert is as well. And maybe those two can speak to the actual dollar figure for closing up those facilities.
Go ahead, Erica.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, thank you. I can get you some more specific details on that. What I do know with the request that had come, and I apologize, this morning I got notification from the military department that $500,000 figure did indeed change to the 594. I'm in the process of getting a new letter signed by the governor, but I haven't received that yet. So I did send Don Richards a message. As soon as I get that, I will send a revised letter over to you with that 594 figure. My understanding is that when there is a change, as a closure of one of these facilities, that the federal government allows the military department about 6 months to close those facilities, meaning, just kind of winding down anything that they have to as far as the federal program, closing the facility out appropriately. And so that 594 would be the state's portion of winding down and actually closing that facility and all of that entails. And then that would be where the increase in the spending authority is they will get the federal fund match on that side to help close that. So that 594 is just the school foundation program match of that kind of 6-month closeout, if you will, for the facility. But I can get more details if you would like me to, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Erica, I would, how much is it to finish the students, right, to complete the program, last class to fully complete the program? And then what is it to close the facility? And at the same time, we heard Buck say that the military department would like to use this facility for something else. So are we going to throw school foundation money into closing something that then is going to be opened up for something else? Or is this school foundation money going to be used to remodel the facility for some other purpose? So I just want to understand fully what we're doing here. Thank you.
All right. Representative Stiff, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McVeigh, sort of a more broad question about the merits of the program itself. Obviously a difficult cut and not core to the military department's mission. But is there any way to estimate sort of the damage that you do by closing the Challenge Academy? You know, in terms of where these kids go and their likelihood of winding up, you know, in jail or having other antisocial outcomes.
Buck?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, that's a very good question. And I would point out that there are some fallback areas that we can utilize. The alternative high schools are one of the areas. But yeah, the social costs are kind of a tough one to determine. This is obviously a group of or selected at-risk teenagers that really need heightened discipline and structure. I'm not sure an alternative high school in some cases is the place for them to go. So the social costs remain kind of unanswered with that. I will point out that as far as statistics go, they do have, this has been a fairly successful program with the fact that they graduated, had a graduation percentage of around 65%. And it's involved not 100% of Wyoming students. This was in this federal program, it had to have, I want to say, a minimum of 100 students. Usually somewhere around 75, 76% of those students were Wyoming. And then they would have to bring in 24, 25% from other states to complete the program. It's a tough one to lose. And in addition to losing the program itself, it's going to eliminate, I believe, 51 positions from the town of Guernsey. So significant impact on the employment scene as well.
All right, committee, any more questions for Buck on governor's letter number 1?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Co-Chairman.
So, you know, what we don't see is any type of a really comprehensive analysis and a breakdown. I think we all received a letter from a couple of employees up there that did a fairly nice job of walking through potential impacts, and which are fairly significant. But if you take our dollars spent, I think it's roughly $33,000 per person annually per student that's up there. And then if you reduce that by the graduation rate, if that's another 65, you get up to about $48,000 per student that we're expending. Did the governor's office or has anyone sit down and actually made, you know, whether or not we will really incur more state costs by getting rid of the program? And that, to me, that's the bottom line on this. It doesn't really matter if it's the military's mission or not, because we're going to be paying for the adolescents someplace or another. And is this really an additive program? So you can't do $2 like the letter that received, or do we know that? And so that my only question is, have we really done sufficient homework to come up with a valid and verifiable, as close as possible, risk-benefit analysis of the whole project?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, not that I'm aware of. I don't think we've done that situational analysis. I may be wrong. Maybe they have examined that within education. I know that this is the real debate here. I think is more than the program itself is the home of this, where this program resides. I think we can all agree that it has extreme merit to our state, but it's just at this point, this was one of the programs that kind of the outlier in the military department when it came to cuts. It was kind of a glaring one, if you will, for them. So I don't know to the degree that we've actually looked into the cost benefit of this, Mr. Co-Chair.
Well, it seems to me that it would be irresponsible for us not to do that and to put together, an unbiased working group of some sort with the governor's office and someplace else to do that between now and May, so that we might have some additional information before this hits the final chopping block. And, if there's a potential to relocate it, I think that might be pretty dang difficult, because it would have to be in the vicinity of the current employees, or they'll have to start all up over again, and you're going to need facilities that are empty and available. But I think we just the decision ought to be made on the merits and on the costs versus anything else. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chair, that's exactly the reason. These are very good points. And that's exactly the reason we're bringing this before you in governor's letters to discuss and to discuss this program. So thank you.
Well, we'd be happy to sign a legislator or two to it, as long as Senator Steinmetz gets to be on the committee.
Any more questions? Yeah, it just seems to me, Buck, that given the nature of the youth that we're dealing with here, what's it cost us to keep an individual in the boys' home in Worland? What's it cost to incarcerate a prisoner for 1 year in the medium correctional facility? I think those are numbers that we need to look at and then look at the data. Obviously, it's not hard to go back and look at where the students that were in here and say, if it wasn't for the Challenge Academy, where would they have gone? And I think those things need to be evaluated on a cost-effective basis. And I would agree with Co-Chair. I'm not necessarily opposed to doing this, but I want more information to make informed decisions on future cost. I know there's several members here like myself that have sit on the Judiciary Committee over the year, and I can just tell you it's pretty expensive to put them in the correctional system, and I'm afraid that many of these youths would end up there, costing us more money down the road. So I think we need to have informed decision making on this. So with that, committee, if there's no more discussions,
Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree about looking into it, but we don't know that these kids don't go on to end up that do graduate, don't end up in the judicial system anyway. So I think by assuming that everybody that goes through this program, whether they graduate or not, doesn't end up in our judicial system is probably not an accurate assumption either. I mean, if we need to, we'd have to track all these kids and see what happens.
No, I would concur with that, but we can make some analysis of where they would have gone otherwise to help make an informed decision. But you're correct. We do not track them, to my understanding. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but this isn't the first year we've had this discussion. And we've tossed this back and forth across the net a number of times. And I think that we see that, we've talked about we talked about the state funds that are in place here, and no other state comes to the rescue to help us with our state fund portion to pay for the kids coming from out of state. We do get some federal funds, but I don't think that this proposal is without any review or history, because we've looked at this, I think, 2 or 3 times, and it's always been right there. And the reason we keep bringing it back is that it does have some merit, but I think that we perhaps could put them in alternative schools, other places. I know there's challenges, but I don't know that we have to call time out and do some sort of comprehensive analysis.
Representative Walters, and I'll go to you, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As to your question about follow-up with these students, it's my understanding that there is a 3-year following of these students and tracking what their results are. But I think the military department could get us that information and how those students do after completing the course.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's just a comment. I mean, this is the same question I brought up with the Department of Health yesterday, with the Department of Family Services. I mean, all of these cuts we're making have potential collateral costs down the road. And I agree, this one is potentially there too, but I think we need to put it all in perspective of what the costs are to do the program, how it fits in to, you know, the mission of the military. And I mean, we talked about this when they came here. There's a lot of factors why this program might be expendable. And I don't see why it should get special treatment. Thank you.
Committee, any other comments? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe in the public comment, we'll get some more information on this, and there are some conflicting numbers as to cost and benefit. And I think if we do form a working group, I think it would be beneficial to talk to industry as well. I know that there has been some industry support for this program and that they have appreciated some of the workforce they've received from it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, committee, any other questions? Representative Stiff, did you have a question?
No, sorry, just my questions were answered. Thank you.
All right, committee. No more questions on Governor's Letter number 2. Let's move on. Governor's Letter 2, Buck, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor's Letter number 2 regards the budget fiscal year 2021 supplemental level 1 and 2 capital construction study priority list. And Mr. Chairman, I guess for the purpose of time management, this was discussed yesterday during the CapCon hearing, and basically it's as it was discussed last year. Basically, we've rolled up level 1 and level 2 into one project to just get better bids. As we found out, having these reported separately is basically, as the letter states, and is just telegraphed to the vendors what the anticipated costs of these programs are going to be, and so therefore it's pretty much undermined our efforts to get the competitive, the best bid for these projects. I don't know to the level that the fact that you folks did discuss this yesterday. I don't know at what level you would like to go through each of these projects, or whether it's sufficient just in the letter itself, and how much you want to discuss this.
Committee, what's your pleasure? Questions? Any questions for Buck on letter number 2? Apparently not, Buck, so on to letter number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Letter number 3 is in regards to early intervention and education program. It goes by the acronym EIEP, child count. And basically this, Mr. Chairman, this affords the Department of Health to use the 2019 child count statistics rather than the 2020 to mitigate reductions in critical services. You know, these, again, as we've gone through the budget reduction process, and I believe it's to Representative Schwartz's comments, we've had many hard choices, and this one is obviously one that was very difficult for the governor and for this office to make or reduce. This funding reduction, it affects the developmental preschools and will potentially impact their ability to identify the children who do in fact have disabilities. So again, the fact that you've discussed this yesterday, I don't know to what level we need to go into the weeds on this. Basically, what we're doing is kind of offsetting the numbers here. It would be to use the 2019 child count for the next budget period, funded at 2021 levels per child, as noted, and that amount is $10,287.27 on a per child basis. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would stand for questions if the committee has any.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Buck. So on this one, I can't figure out how much you're asking for. You know, and I know we could do all the calculations maybe, but it'd be nice if this letter actually had what the dollar figure of the request was. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Summers. The actual amount, let's see.
Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me.
Buck, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Hibbard for a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, at risk of being mistaken, what I do believe is taking place here is rather than use the 2020 reduced account that are impacted by COVID, and it's a statistic that's certainly going to recover. Rather than jumping to that reduction predicated on the statistics, we're asking you to keep in play what the Department of Health currently has and just continue to use the 2019 statistics until we get more trend into the future what the child count is. But I don't think we're asking for a change in the budget here. We're just asking for the permission not to force a reduction to the child count for the remainder of this biennium.
Mr. Co-Chair, I'm curious if this impacts our the ability to kind of lower our maintenance of efforts obligations if we do that over time.
Doesn't look like we have an answer for that question.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to go to Representative Larson, then to you, Representative Walters.
Thank you. And so, but my understanding in that budget is we kind of have two things looking at us on that early intervention program. One was an ECA that the Department of Health was required to to recommend. That ECA would have brought the per child identified budget amount up to over $10,000 per child that is identified. The governor's office has recommended to deny the ECA. And so if the legislature accepts that denial, then the per child count amount funded would be the same as last year, and it would be based on last year's numbers and not with the reduction of numbers that the child count is seeing this year largely due to COVID. Do I have that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I was going to, before Director Hibbard helped me out on that last one, I was going to say that that this is explained on page 215 under the Department of Health's Behavioral Health, and really, Representative Larson, under the explanation of the request here, said the standard budget used a computed child count of 3,645. The additional 50 children multiplied by the per child funding amount of the $10,287.27 will cost an additional $514,365.50 for the
Mr. Chairman.
SFY 22.
Follow up, Representative Larson.
Yes, and so Buck, if I think that you're reading that incorrectly. So that $10,000 per child amount is if we pass the ECA.
If you pass the ECA.
But you've recommended that we don't. And so if we adopt that and adopt your letter, we will keep it at the lesser amount as it currently is and fund the same number of children as we did in the previous child count.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're absolutely right. And Erica, is that?
Mr. Chairman, Buck, I do believe that that is right. And then kind of in regards to the MOE question, it's my understanding that I believe the Department of Health is going to answer that question later today. And there is an MOE on this, and that is part of some information between MOE and then the Department of Education with this particular program.
All right, Representative Walters, you still have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I do. So then in that same budget section of Department of Health, they swap some funds over to School Foundation for paying for some of this program. And so is that still the desire of the governor based on this letter, or am I misreading this budget?
Mr. Chairman, that would remain the same.
Committee, any more questions? All right, Buck, looks like we're on to the next, well, I think that was the third letter. I noticed, Dawn, we have a couple items on there too. Do we need to address it? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, we don't have a letter for this one, but this is this addresses the information technology request. Basically, with the recent release of the IT report, the consultant report from Barry Dunn, and due to the sizable amount of that request, we're just basically asking if we could take the next few weeks to review this and touch base with ETS regarding these recommendations. We do not have a letter prepared at this point, but we feel that it would be prudent to allow us to do this. And it would also, if we had a few more weeks, it would allow for us to possibly see the new revenue projections by the Craig in early January.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Kevin.
The way that we are going to approach this for the IT, it's the global cut, and it's also reductions of those large projects. It's not going to be a significant amount of money that we will ultimately recommend when we finalize this. Right now, depending on the implementation, it would be probably less than $500,000 of general funds for the top 5. Really, it's the YCAPs. We'll address the other projects as well. For example, the Quantars, most likely that'll be a phased-in approach from the transportation paying for it. The RIS, we know that we've got a longer term process to address that. The real challenge at this point in time for us is, we're not going to ask to increase the budgets for the purchase of the computers that you cut in half because of CARES. We're going to step away from that. What we really want to do is it's the maintenance service agreements that we're going to have to collaborate with the agencies to make sure that we have a full understanding, because there's a lot of moving parts. We've seen a lot of reduction, a lot of step 2 conversations. So what we just want to do is sharpen the tip of the spear and get to the maintenance service agreements portion of this and make sure they give you a solid recommendation of what the agencies have to have in order to progress through the remainder of this biennium, both on the small portion of general funds of this, but the other special revenue and the federal funds as well. But it's not going to be significant in the end of the day.
All right, committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Kevin, on that, in those cuts we made, we didn't cut maintenance agreements. We carved that out. So you would be talking about some kind of additional stuff that you need in the budget, or peeling back cuts you made in these supplemental proposal on maintenance agreements.
No, Mr. Chairman, politely, the 292, the software maintenance agreements, there are global reductions on that in half, and we want to look at those to make sure we're correct. It's not a significant amount. We just haven't got the homework completed on it.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
This is for Mr. Hibbard. And going back to the EIEP program for just a moment on page 215 of the Wyoming Department of Health, combined with the governor's letter, when all the dust settles, if we just accept the governor's recommendation, does it mean that the EIEP program gets the same money as it would have gotten if there had been no cuts and you had a 2019 population kid count? Or is there a real reduction of real money of $2.1 million or some other number?
Mr. Chairman, if you accept the recommendations in the governor's budget for the Department of Health and also the recommendations for the governor's letter, it'll just maintain status quo, with the small exception that we're doing the research on the long-term impact of the MOE. If we were to adjust the child count downward right now, rush to that, then what kind of future influence would that have for the ongoing state of Wyoming's maintenance of effort?
Mr. Chairman.
Follow up, Lloyd.
Kevin, help me here, because I think what Clark was saying is, or sorry, Representative Stith was saying, was if we keep the child count the same, then there's no reduction in their budget. When in reality, there is a budget put in place. And that budget will impact it's a reduction in some in Part C and Part B. And those overall reductions will impact the per child amount eventually. But what we do allow is for the same number of children to be counted this year and not have a reduction in the number of children. Is that not correct?
Yes, that is true. Again, the status quo aspect of this.
Yeah. And so there will be reductions made in that EIEP budget session in coming out of Part C, coming out of Part B.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not confident that that's taken place because I don't believe that we've moved it downward. We didn't take the corrections for the change in child count, but I can validate that with the Department of Health.
No, and I agree, Mr. Chairman. I agree with that, Kevin. I'm just saying
Okay.
Thank you. That's where the proposed cuts are at.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, committee. Any more discussions on Governor's Letter 3? All right, I've got a question, Dawn. We have it on the agenda here on the email that came out. Expanded recommendations for Agency 27. Is that something the governor's office was going to talk about, Buck?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that was in reference to letter number 2, Agency 27. Yeah.
Okay, that was the part of the letter 2. All right, we've already covered that. So if there's no more questions on the governor's letters, we do have a treasurer's letter. So Buck, I guess you're off the hook. And we'll move on to treasurer's letter number 1. Do we have anybody from the treasurer's office?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have anyone, although they discussed this during their budget presentation. The request is for relief from footnote number 4, which limits the ability of the treasurer's office to provide promotions within their staff.
Any discussion, committee?
Did we get a copy of that letter, Mr. Chairman? I'm not locating it.
Yeah, Don, did they provide remind us of the background of this, would you please?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the committee asked the deputy treasurer to provide that background.
That's what I thought.
Right, I don't believe, and I'm not positive. Whether they have submitted that or not, I have not read all of the responses. But for the committee's benefit, you will recall that many of those employees of the state treasurer's office are funded with special revenue as opposed to general funds. So they have the luxury of increasing their 100 series through a B11 process should the chief executive agree with the state treasurer. Excuse me. In addition, you'll recall that these positions had previously been explicitly specified in footnote with their salaries, these being the investment analyst, senior investment analyst, senior investment officer, and the CIO. And LSO had advised not to specify individual salaries in the text of the budget. In other words, don't redline or provide specific amounts per personnel. So this was the kind of the balance of that discussion, and it was to limit any salary increases for these investment officers until such time as the legislature takes their action.
Yeah, and now I'm refreshing my memory. They have an employee who is, they are ready to move up to a senior analyst. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and their position is that he's been there, or he or she has been there long enough that normally they would normally evolve into that position. But we've capped the number of senior analysts they can have at a certain price, and then basically they just want to move the line to one more employee. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay.
Committee, any more questions? Do we need to take any action on that now, Don, or when we do the
Mr. Chairman,
markup?
not at this time. At the very end of your markup, we will revisit these letters.
All right. With that, committee, if there is no other discussion on the treasurer's letter, I'm going to close out this section. And I believe we're scheduled to go to public comment. Is that correct, Don?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I believe we have 13 individuals signed up as notice on, for those of you monitoring on YouTube. If you are scheduled, I would encourage you to sign in to Zoom. You now have 3 individuals in the waiting room. And the first individual is Representative-elect Harrelson. And I'm happy, I believe he wishes to be joined by other colleagues. However, Senator Boner has not yet joined.
So Don, just a logistical thing on how we're going to do this. Are we going to go by this by individual topic, and do we have the witnesses lined up, or the people that want to testify in order of topic? And so I don't have that list in front of me. I know you'd sent something out, so I'm going to have you introduce the topic, if you would, that we're going to address through the public comment period that people have signed up for.
Excellent, Mr. Chairman. You actually have 4 individuals signed up on the first topic, which is the National Guard Youth Challenge Program, also the subject of the first governor's letter, and we'll let all 4 of those individuals in. Signed up is Senator Boner, Representative-elect Harrelson, David Salazar, and Martin Gubbles. I don't believe that Mr. Gubbles or Senator Boner have joined, but as soon as they've joined the meeting, we are happy to let them in.
All right. Well, I want to go ahead and get started on this. So we've got 2 members. We've got David Salazar and Representative-elect Jeremy Harrelson. Which one of you would like to start? I believe I've got you on, Representative-elect Harrelson. So I'm going to start with you. So the screen is yours. Wyoming Cowboy Challenge.
Sounds perfect. Thank you guys so much, Mr. Chairman and Joint Appropriations, for allowing me to come today and have a conversation with you. The Cowboy Challenge program is not only a part of us as Platte County, but also a part of the education, as you guys know, the education portion of the state. And I've had the opportunity and privilege to be a part of this in more ways than one. As a pastor in Platte County, I've worked with the program and the amazing students in the program, and have been able to see that not only is this an education program, but this is also an opportunity for, I guess, a second chance, or maybe even just a better chance for some of these children that are on a different learning curve and a different learning pattern. Whenever I was the chair for our Chamber of Commerce here in Platte County, we worked with the cadets every single year on our different functions. And so whenever I saw that this program was one in consideration or question, I started asking myself, why would that be? And so I've kind of pursued down that path of going, you know what is the best choice, or what's the best option? Because I understand, first of all, you guys, your job is so incredibly hard, and you need to understand that I do not take that lightly. And so I'm not just saying that, well, we can't cut anything, because I understand stuff does need to be cut, but I question if this is the best answer, or the best opportunity for that cut. I've seen this change lives. I personally have a neighbor boy that went through the program, and I've been able to see amazing things come out of his life. After this, he learned a lot of things that he needed in this program. And I believe that cutting this at this point would be really a shame. And I believe it would probably be a poor choice of a cut, I feel. And so I'm not really going to talk about the financial side. Senator Brian is going to be talking about that. But I just wanted to talk about on a physical level, as I've seen the effects of this program in our community, that I truly cannot say enough good things about it. The people that are running it, the staff, they truly care about these students. They care about these kids. 60 to 75% of these students are Wyoming students. There are some from outside of Wyoming that do come in as well. But what we've seen come out of this is an opportunity for kids to have a future. And in the world we live in, we definitely need that. So I would just ask you guys, as you are making these very hard decisions and choices, to consider this to be one that you don't have to make, or make in that direction, where we can keep this program and move forward with that 2.25 mil price tag on the biennium. I really feel like if we don't take that state funding and move forward with that, we would be leaving a substantial amount of federal funding on the table, as well as turning a lot of children away from a proper or a better education that maybe is more suited for them in their situation. So as I've toured the facility, as I've personally worked with the program, I believe it's a phenomenal asset to our community. And furthermore, BNSF just had a massive cut in the Guernsey area in the last year, and this would be another substantial loss of jobs to a small community that can't afford to lose more jobs. So I believe that the impact of this would really fall into a community and into families in those communities more than maybe some other cuts would. So that's kind of my stand on this, and my request and my question to you guys as a committee is if you would please consider if there's other ways or other places we may be able to cut and sustain this program. I'd truly be grateful.
All right, thank you, Representative-elect. Any questions for Jeremy Committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative-elect Harrelson, welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
My question back to you is, one of my longtime concerns with this program is that it takes in out-of-state residents, and we put that on school foundation dollars. So, general fund, that might be one thing, right? But we put it on school foundation dollars. So talk to me a little bit about your philosophy on whether and how, if perhaps we can stop out of state, but then you don't have the right class size, and we've been told that doesn't work. So tell me what your thoughts are on the out of state people that are using our school foundation dollars.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Representative Summers, for that question. And it is good meeting you. I'm excited to meet you in person. What I would say to this is absolutely, this is a concern, and I talked with them about this concern. 3/4 of the funding is federal funding. And I'm not taking away at all from what we fund as a state, because I think that's incredibly important. But I do believe that that federal funding can go for more than just Wyoming students. Now, I believe the ultimate goal would be that if we could work more closely with our school systems, that we could have enough students to fill classes from in Wyoming. I think that should be the goal. And I think that should be the drive, where we move in that direction. And you know, if it was a end of line where this was what it required, would be only Wyoming students in this course or this program, I hate to even suggest something of this nature, but maybe you attach the funding to the number of Wyoming students. That's something that could possibly happen. I do understand the concern, but at the same time, these students are given a chance to succeed in this program. And you know what? Students from Nebraska need a chance to succeed too. Now, should there be a program like this in Nebraska? Absolutely. There probably should, but there isn't at this point. So I think there is a way where we can bring that education that these students won't be able to get in a traditional learning setting can be brought forward into for different students of different states. But no, I think we should work better with our school system, because I know there's a lot of students out there that desperately need do need help, and this can give them that help.
Committee, any more questions for Jeremy? All right, I see Senator Bonner's joined us. I don't know what order that you gentlemen, we still have, I believe, Martin and David and Senator Bonner, but Senator Bonner, I'm going to give you deference and turn it over to you and see how you want to work with your the other individuals that want to testify on this aspect of the budget.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for being a little late. I was going as expeditiously as possible to get back into town here to get online. I appreciate Representative-elect Haraldson's perspective, especially, you know, as a pastor, you know, kind of having a good understanding of the human impact, the positive human impact this program has. I'd just like to point out that this is a positive impact for all of our constituents. It's not just a Platte County thing or a Goshen County thing. This helps all the students from all over the state that come into it. And so I appreciate the discussion from Representative Summers and the questions you all had on Friday morning. I thought they were good questions. I'm a little disappointed in the answers, which were a little unclear. And so just to be clear, I am in support of keeping the Cowboy Challenge Academy, and for three main reasons. First of all, this is an exceptionally efficient use of school foundation program dollars, the most efficient use that I'm aware of in the entire state, even when you adjust for the out-of-state students. Also, they have already significantly reduced their burden on state resources, in this case, school foundation program dollars. That's why they switched from 4 classes to 2. They've already reduced their school foundation program expenditures by 51% since the high water mark in the 15-16 biennium. And additionally, we have actual evidence that there's a good return on investment for this program. And that's not something, I know we hear that a lot as legislators. I've taken kind of the default assumption that that's not true when we hear it. But in this case, we actually have a study from the RAND Corporation that shows the return on investment. So going a little bit more detail, and the question I had, and I think the way that we, the folks, at least in 2017, when we had a similar consideration before us, was, okay, what's the state dollars for Wyoming students? What's the cost per student, you know, per ADM, if you will, since we're talking about school foundation program only for the Wyoming students. And we do that calculation with the 4 classes they've had since they went to a 2-class per year model, with about 114 Wyoming cadets in those classes on average on an annual basis. It comes to $9,868 per student. So less than $10,000 per student. That's Wyoming money for Wyoming kids, not counting the federal funds, not counting the out-of-state students. So head and shoulders above the statewide average in terms of school foundation dollars expended. And I took the liberty of looking up the most efficient school district in the state. It's shared at number 2. Some of you might be interested in learning. They spend about $14,700 per student. So even if you look at, the most efficient school district in the state, this is far, head and shoulders above that district and head and shoulders above the average, obviously the $16,000 per student. So highly efficient use of school foundation program dollars. And I have to point out, I think Representative-elect Harrelson mentioned it, the $2.9 million you have in your budget book is inaccurate. And we need to account for that discrepancy. The military department needs to account for that discrepancy. The actual budget that the Challenge Academy submitted to the military department was $1,125,000 per year, school foundation program dollars. And so that's why we have Mr. Salazar on the line. He can explain some of that. I think there's some one-time expenditures there. But if you go back to the 2019-2020 biennium, that number was more like 2.3 million, which is much more in line with the actual costs of the academy are. And so that gets into my second point. Like I said, in the 2015-2016 biennium, they spent about 4.6 million in school foundation program dollars on this program. Right now, like I said, it's more like 2.25 million. That's a 51% reduction in school foundation expenditures in this program since we started having issues with our budget. So they've changed their operations significantly. That was the result of going from 4 classes per year to 2. And I think there's opportunity to do that moving forward to continue to find efficiency. Chairman Nicholas had a very good question with the military department on Friday. Can they continue to find efficiencies? The answer is yes. I was very disappointed with the military department finding a very misleading answer to this committee on that. That answer is absolutely, they can take a 10% reduction. We can do that. They're okay with a proportional reduction. If we end up making a reduction in K through 12 funding, they can stand in solidarity with those school districts, even though they've already reduced their state fund expenditures by 51%. They're willing to keep on moving forward. And between the change to the 2 classes per year, between the issues they've had to deal with COVID, I'd say that, there's lots of opportunities for improvement. They've been making consistent changes the past 2 or 3 years with the eye of becoming more efficient. And there's opportunities for that moving forward. Representative-elect Harrelson mentioned, getting more Wyoming kids in this program. That's something we absolutely have to focus on. I think that we could, like I said, there's opportunities for efficiencies in their operations. And ultimately, this is a good use of public resources, of state resources. When you consider the RAND Corporation study from 2012, and I believe I submitted that to Mr. Richards, shows that for every $1 we spend on Cowboy Challenge, we receive $2.66 in return. And that's, once again, I know we hear that a lot, but that's a study from a well-respected nonprofit that studies these things for a living, saying that there's a good return on the investment. It does make sense. These kids are at risk. They're at a crossroads in their life where they're going to be contributing members of society, where they're going to be a burden on public infrastructure. I think that makes a lot of sense. So for all those reasons, Mr. Chairman, it's a very obvious efficient use of school foundation program dollars. There's always opportunities for improvement, but I'm glad to see that they have made improvement, taken their charge very seriously of reducing the burden they are on state resources. So that, I'll pause there, Mr. Chairman, if anybody has any questions.
Questions for Senator Bonner. So we'll go with Representative Olson and then you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I'm not sure if you heard Representative Summers' question, but since you mentioned, I'm curious your response to that, since you mentioned the ADM being at approximately 9,800 per student. Your data right there is focusing, as I understand it, on the Wyoming student. The data of, what is it, 48,000 per student? Is that the difference with the out-of-state students? And whatever that difference, I know you didn't like that number. So whatever that number is, Senator Bonner, that the ADM is spent on out-of-state students. How do you square that with using school foundation dollars? And if you know that number, you could speak to it. But I thought the ADM we were presented with was significantly different than 10,000. So I'm thinking that that's the out-of-state difference.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That $10,000 it's only for the Wyoming students. So we're, even when you factor in but the school foundation program, it also includes the out-of-state. So it's the overall school foundation dollars that we expend on the entire program, out-of-state, in-state. That we took that $1,125,000 and divided it by the number of Wyoming students, and only Wyoming students, which is about 114 per year. And so that less than $10,000, that's the overall expenditures for all students divided by our Wyoming students. It's state dollars for Wyoming students, and it comes out to $10,000, less than $10,000 per cadet. And so that does take into account, it factors in the out-of-state students as well. I don't know, you just mentioned like $45,000. I have no idea where that comes from. If you want to go through the exercise of looking at all money, state and federal, and all students in state and out of state, the average comes out to be like $24,590 per student. So that's overall. If you want to try to make an analysis of the overall efficiency of the program, it's over $25,000 or less than $25,000 per student, which ironically enough, we count all the students as about 183 on average. That's about level with your average school district of that size. Like I said, I think that $10,000 per student is a good analysis. It's state dollars for Wyoming students, and so hopefully that answers the question.
Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up, it helps because the 48,000 is, I think that's federal and state dollars, but the main question is Representative Summers's question, which is you're spending school foundation dollars on some out-of-state students, regardless of, set aside the analysis of ROI. I get that, but set aside the analysis on ROI, Senator. What is the justification for spending school foundation dollars on out-of-state students?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could put it succinctly, the federal match far outweighs, it's more of a benefit to take the federal match than it is a detriment to take the out-of-state students. So that $10,000 per student, once again, that accounts for the out-of-state kids in the program. It's all expenditures, but only divided by the Wyoming students, all state expenditures, I should say. And so I believe that accounts for the out-of-state students, because we're paying for that. Like you said, they're paying for them with school foundation program dollars. But even if you only count the benefit to Wyoming cadets, it's still far less than your average per student expenditure in your school district. So, I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, it's 75% federal match, but only 30% of the kids are from out of state, right?
Yeah, and I think to contrast that is if you look at our school foundation program, it's more of a 90-10 relationship. For the last I'd looked, the numbers is about, so if we go into our normal K through 12 programs, 90% state expenditures, about 10% federal dollars into our education K through 12 system. This is a 70-30 ratio. So I think that's part of what Senator Boner's trying to get at is there's some cost savings associated with that. But anyway, I know Mr. Co-Chair, you had a question?
Yeah, and part of the problem is that we're just throwing lots of different numbers around. So the validity of the numbers are fairly important. And so let's say you have an average of 180 students. That means 135 of those students are Wyoming residents. So at $10,000 AUM times 100 times that 135, that's 1.3 million. So that doesn't jive with the 2.9 million that's in this budget or the 2.2 million, what it actually is. That makes it closer to 17, 18,000 bucks per student. Then you've got to take the success rate. And if you take out the success rate, that's another 45%, 35% that comes off of that number. And where those go. And so then you take that, 1.3 million and that 10% ADM, it actually turns into a different number. And then, we have to understand what's additive and what isn't non-additive. So if these kids would go to an alternative school of some type of placement where there is no additional funding, it's just another once ADM at Triumph High School or whatever it's going to be, then it's hard to do an offset for it to understand it. And so those are part of the problems that we're functioning with. But at the end of the day, we're spending close to $9 million for 183 kids, and that's just a big issue. And so, you know, I don't know what the right answer is, but I do think it would be helpful if we could all try to circulate around what the right numbers are.
Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Bonner, you want to respond to that?
Absolutely, and I'll share. I have an Excel spreadsheet. If that helps the committee, you can play with numbers all you want. So that's based off the number of Wyoming students actually in the programs on average for the past 2 years. It's 114, not 130. So that's where we came up with that. Obviously, I think we have an obligation to look at the school or the state resources at play. That throwing out the $9 million figure and ignoring that the lion's share of that is federal funds, I think is not the best way of looking at it. And just to be clear, I mean, it's we've already reduced the school foundation program expenditures by 50%. And leverage as much federal funds as possible. I think that's a responsible way of looking at it. You mentioned that, and that 114, I need to go back and address that. That's based off of enrollment. Just the same way, I think it's important to have an apples to apples comparison as much as possible with your average school district. We don't adjust the ADM based off of graduation rates. And you have to also acknowledge the differences. I think we're being fairly, I think we're being pretty conservative in the impact and estimating the impact of this program when we compare it to our school districts. At the end of the day, this program does so much more than simply educate our kids. They are given the military style training, they are housed, they are fed, they are clothed by this program, and they do it year round. So for all those reasons, I think that less than $10,000 school or state resources for Wyoming students, I think that's a competent comparison. It's one that we, once we take into account, talk about graduation rates. Fact is, when these kids get to the program, they're about 0% graduation rate. These are the kids that aren't going to graduate if they're, staying in the traditional school setting. And so that 60% number is actually pretty impressive, I would say. So all things considered, I think it's once again, very efficient use of school state resources.
So then to me, the bottom line question after all of this, Senator Bonner, is our typical ADMs don't pay for room, they don't pay for board, they don't pay for clothing. So why should that come out of school foundation dollars and not general fund dollars like our other type of institutions that we create and operate?
This is Lloyd.
Oh, should I answer that, Mr. Chairman?
Take a quick stab and then we'll go to Representative Larson. I do want to get to the other witnesses we have on this.
Absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, I think that's all on the table, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think, like I said, the Cowboy Challenge Academy is ready to work with the legislature to continue to find efficiencies, even though they've already reduced their burden on state resources by 50%. There's always room for improvement, where it'd be more Wyoming cadets or maybe getting some general fund in there. But, as we get to that level of detail, I'd have to defer to the Challenge Academy what those federal dollars pay for, versus what state dollars pay for exactly. But yeah, I think that's all on the table. Absolutely.
So Representative Larson.
Thank you, Senator Bonner. Good morning to you. Couple of questions. You refer to the 50% reduction, and those were reductions we put in place. I believe that not correct, and was not reductions that they volunteered to do. And so just if you could just verify that for me. And then just looking at this conversation overall, so we're making these reductions, and we have to make reductions to be balanced. So if not here, where?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd have to go back and check on the history. I remember it was the 2017 session where we were contemplating basically, I think it was removing $500,000 of school foundation program money. I remember that we were able to get that money put back in the Senate on the floor, and I think it was unsuccessful in the House. But my inclination is that since they moved to a two-class per year schedule in 2019, that maybe it was somewhat voluntary, though I'm sure they saw the result of our actions in 2017 and maybe were encouraged to come to that conclusion. So yeah, I'm sure the truth is somewhere in between there. As far as, if not here, where? I think there's plenty of opportunity to find efficiencies in our school districts. Clearly, we've been through up to 20-30% reductions in everything else we do in state government, even as we've increased funding to our school districts. There's opportunities for reform there that include revenue, by the way. But yeah, I think that when we're still talking about school foundation program dollars, we need to acknowledge that this is overall biennial perspective, it's a $3 billion budget. When you count everything, including local revenue, this is barely over 2 million. And so, like I said, the Cowboy Challenge Academy is willing to take a proportional cut along with the rest of our schools. But I mean, we could eliminate the program and still have a $300 million deficit in schools. So we're not gaining much. Obviously the efficiencies that have to happen have to be in our other uses of the school foundation program.
All right,
Mr.
I'm going to move on.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I've got one other question.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Senator Boner, thanks for coming before us. And I do have a question. You raise a really interesting point here. I have probably never supported this program, voted to eliminate it multiple times over multiple years. But you raise a good question about a proportional cut. And oftentimes in the past, when we've asked, well, can we cut a little bit? Well, no, that's going to blow the whole program up. Then we can't fund any of it. There's so many sections, so many of this and that. Well, I guess what I'd bring back to you, maybe to do a little homework for me, can we take a 15% haircut on this program and the program, carve back 15% of those S5 dollars, because I'm looking at doing that in other agencies as well. And would that still make this program a viable program going forward? So if you could do a little of that homework for me, I would appreciate it, Senator Boner.
All right, committee, I'm going to go on to David. You've been patiently waiting. David, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. I first wanted to add some further context to discussions had on Friday during the military department's testimony. The first point is there were some questions about the number of employees at the Wyoming Cowboy Challenge Academy. We currently have 40 employees, 51 authorizations, but that's to facilitate a program of 100 graduates, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 22 weeks. We differ from the traditional high school, 08 to 3 p.m. schedule. In fact, we have cadre staff, basically camp counselors, if you will, and mentors who stand watch over them at night because, we understand that these kids, teenagers in and of themselves, but sometimes teenagers who have backgrounds like the ones who we serve, tend to do things they're not supposed to do. So, that's the design of the program, and that's based off of a manning model sent down from the National Guard Bureau. So I just wanted to add some context there for those not fully familiar with the program. Class 42 graduated early due to COVID the week of November 16th. Due to COVID restrictions and recommendations by the State Department of Health, our graduation target was adjusted from 100 to 75 for class 42. And that was to account for the additional space needed to maintain social distancing and things of that nature to help as much as possible prevent the spread or the potential spread there of COVID-19. So from that adjusted target of 75, we graduated 65, which resulted in a graduation rate for that class of 87%. And about 58% of those were from within the state of Wyoming. And I also want it to be to be known, we have never put out a Wyoming resident for an out-of-state kid. It doesn't matter if they apply late and come in during the first week, they always get the first crack at the program. And in fact, they get to come back if they don't finish the program. It's also important to note that the figures, the per student cost varies from year to year because it's based on the number of graduates and not necessarily the number of enrolled students we take in. If, for example, class 42, our most recent class, we took in 93 applicants on day one. And so we had to maintain clothing and food costs and training costs and things like that for them throughout their stay in the program. Some who are not going to cut it tend to leave between weeks 8 and I'd say weeks 8 and 15, but sometimes it's beyond that. As we all know, there's some people in our lives, some kids especially, who can't be saved from themselves, and so our attrition rate hovers somewhere around 26 to 30% per class. So the way the National Guard Bureau does, it measures our success or our efficiency there is take the entire budget for the year, not necessarily the biennium, but I understand why we do it, and divide that by the total number of graduates. So even though we may have started the classes of about 200 and fed and maintained them for a certain period of time, though they don't often make it to graduation. And again, that attrition rate varies from class to class, year to year, and there are a number of different factors that come into it. But we do run a quasi-military program, and so there are some elements of discipline, disciplinary action, and conduct expectations that we hold them to, and when they fail to meet that, then we have to terminate them from the program. We encourage them to reapply later when they're ready to train. So I wanted to speak to that piece there. While the point has been made that WCCA is not part of the military department's core mission, it has been a part of our military department's mission for 15 years. And it's been a part of the National Guard Bureau's mission for 27 years. In fact, there's a department at the National Guard Bureau dedicated to the administration and facilitation of this program. So the program's home is nested within the National Guard and our state military department to oversee the military training aspects of the program, which is what makes it work. We take the kids out from their homes, from their home environments, and we eliminate all distractors, social media, cell phones, all the things that distract them from focusing on themselves, honing their goals, and earning their high school educations. So there is, yes, some cost involved in doing that. However, we're talking state budget, state contribution is, we need to acknowledge that the state contribution is 1.125 million per year, 2.5 million over the biennium. And without that, the opportunity lost in helping our youth in the state and maintaining a program that employs 41 people within our community is a small price to pay. And I understand the unenviable tasks that you are seated with, and it's not a great time for this state. And I do commend you for your efforts, and I know that General Porter, his staff, the governor's office and his staff have to find cuts. And so I thank you for that. We are, there was a question earlier about where are these kids ending up? Are they going to prison? Are they not? We're in the process now of conducting a 5-year study. We're only required by the National Guard Bureau to conduct a 12-month follow-up with them, with our graduates. So right now, we've released a survey. We're also calling upwards of 600 students, our graduates, from the past 5 years to follow up with them and see what they're up to, what they're doing. Are they still gainfully employed? If so, how do they feel about the program and things like that. That data should be collected, I would say no later than the end of next week, and should be compiled and ready to be distributed around the first week of January or second week of January, thereabouts, because we're curious about the same things, and we want to make sure that the state is getting the best value for the dollars there. There was also a question brought up of can our kids in Wyoming, if we move forward with the cut of our program, can they attend other state programs? The short answer is yes, but no. They are permitted to on a case-by-case basis. However, our neighboring programs in Montana and Idaho are often full, and they have larger populations than our state does. So they could apply, they could be granted a waiver, a residency waiver, but the likelihood of them entering the program to reap its benefits are smaller there because of the waiting lists, quite frankly, that those programs have. So we've overcome a lot of recruiting issues in the past year, I would say, hampered a little bit by COVID and those restrictions. We did have a waiting list of about 17 applicants in our last class. We would have normally taken them all had it was the COVID-19 restrictions. So the interest in the program is increasing, and we do see cuts to the school foundation funds, the school districts, are most likely unavoidable. But this is an opportunity for us to partner with those school districts. We are fully accredited, so we no longer have to have to wait for a student to drop out of school. They can transfer to us now. They can transfer to us, we can turn them around in their sophomore, junior years and send them back to the schools to help them with their graduation rates. It's important to note that has been made clear by the Department of Education. However, I think it's still something that may be lost on some school districts or due to turnover or something like that. But we no longer carry that stigma of having to, if they refer a kid to us, a student to us, they no longer have to drop out. They can be transferred, they can be saved in the system, so to speak, and then we can transfer them right back. Without any loss of continuity and without any sacrifice to those school district success rates. I thank you very much for your time. Those are my comments, and I do welcome any questions you may have.
Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Salazar, thank you. If there were a 15% cut to the school foundation program piece of this, of about say $450,000, would you also lose double that in federal funds or not, if you know?
Yes, the match has to be it's 1 to 3 basically, and then they base it off of the state's contribution. We have, I will say, Representative Stitt, that we have operated at a shortfall in the budget before, and we've made it work. I think I speak for everyone at the WCCA when I say we've operated in those conditions before when we were 2 of our classes per year were funded with exclusive state school foundation dollars. $500,000 was used to match or receive the federal match. So we had a budget, a 75-25 budget of about $2 million. And then the state supplemented with 2.2 additional dollars to facilitate 2 additional classes. And so when we combined those 4 classes into 2 classes, it really cut down on the funding required by the state. But previous to that, we were operating at a on a shoestring budget, so to speak, or definitely with lower funds than we've had in the past 2 years. So it's definitely not something that that we're afraid to do or to explore, and that would be much more palatable, I would say, than losing the program wholesale.
Representative Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Salazar, one, could you explain the budget discrepancy between what you're alleging the budget is and the military department is reporting to this committee? And then secondly, Chief of Staff McVeigh mentioned there could be some capacity issues. Is there an issue with your facilities there and the Guard needing those facilities as well? Could you talk to those 2 issues, please?
Certainly, Senator Steinmetz, thank you. To answer your first question with regard to discrepancy, there was an issue initially with the mischaracterization of the dollars, and even with the governor's approval in the budget, in the supplementary budget there, supplemental budget rather, in that it appeared as though we were going to save almost $10 million by cutting the program, and that's $9.59 million when we requested to the National Guard Bureau via letter. It totaled only $9 million. In the past, I know that the military department has requested additional state funds to, in the past, I think it hasn't been made wholly apparent to us at the program. But this past year, we were able to purchase new school buses with additional funds, but it's not something that where we really hang our hats on in terms of operating the program. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, the first one, and then could you address the capacity issue?
Certainly. There are capacity issues on, I would say, Camp Guernsey, with the number of soldiers from out of state they're bringing in to train, and I think that our building would be a berthing area if it wasn't dedicated for the facilitation of our program for soldiers, and I would probably result in about 60 additional beds in there for soldiers coming to train during the summer months. Now, as far as our capacity, with the building that we have is kind of small. It really is. So we are maxed out at 132 applicants on day 1. That's what the building's rated for. That's with I'm going to say 30 inches between bunk beds, which can cause significant emotional issues with teenagers of certain backgrounds, certainly. So that does make our jobs a little bit more difficult. But with COVID restrictions, we can only bring in 94. That gives us the minimum amount of space between each bunk bed for the first 14 days, because we do conduct our own quarantine in place prior to training essentially kicking off. They do training, but however they do it with a minimum of 6 foot distancing between each person, and they all wear masks. But I do know that there have been issues with issues that were conveyed to me from staff on camp about use of the building that we're in. But it's one building, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many buildings, but they did build the new Regional Training Institute building at the front of Camp Guernsey, which I believe increased their capacity a little bit. So I can only speak on what I know, and so I think those issues there are. I would like to think when things got better, and we worked with our nonprofit arm, our foundation, that eventually we could get a facility on or near Camp Guernsey. I know it's laughable right now, and that's okay, but a guy can dream for the program that we run in our community.
All right,
Did
David.
that answer?
Yeah, I think that answered the question.
Okay.
Committee, I'm gonna go ahead. We've got Martin. If you wanna provide testimony on this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you to the members of this community. And I know your jobs. I would
Martin,
hate
could
to
you
be in your
introduce
shoes.
could you give your name and rank and serial number for the record?
I'm Martin Goebbels. I work for the Wyoming Cowboy Challenge Academy, a former Ford dealer for the past 28 years here in the state of Wyoming. I do not have a serial number or rank with the Wyoming Military Department, sir.
All right.
I'd like to thank you for the time given, and also a huge credence to each and every one of you for taking this job on. I know that nobody saw COVID in our future when they took this job on, except possibly for any representative or Senate elect. They know what they're getting into, but a big thanks for your service to our state, and it's a tough job. I understand that, and I understand first and foremost, as my first job out of college was working for then Representative Dick Cheney. I learned a lot from that gentleman, and I hope to extend that to these remarks. I'd like to just get straightforward to it and say that try and answer your questions about the validity of this program. The first point I'd like to point out is if this program didn't exist, some of the true costs to the state of Wyoming, 100% of these kids are basically at risk. They have either, our program specializes in non-traditional students. These are the kids that public school does not work for everybody, and it's a proven point. I actively go out and work directly with the families, in essence, recruit these young people and work with stakeholders to bring them into our program. I do that on a daily basis, and it's very rewarding work to see the change in these young people and the success rate when they do graduate from our program. In that, when these kids do come in, they are, some of them have, they have all kinds of varied backgrounds. And like I said, 100% of them are basically at risk as identified by the schools, but basically public school in one way or another has not fulfilled their needs, nor has alternative schools. And I've heard a lot of times the word ADM being thrown out here. And I know that's a huge number for the legislature, the education committee, and all the school finance people out there in the state to come up with that number for our state funding model. Our ADM is completely different because these people need to volunteer for this program. But many times these, in some situations, these kids are actually voluntold because it's their last chance. And it's proven that if they do graduate from our program, remember the state, it's a 75-25, 75% federal, 25% state funding through, yes, the school foundation fund. And in the military's own words, in the last biennium, they returned over $2 million of that back to the state. And I think that the budget numbers have been discussed enough, but when these kids do graduate and we're above, right at just short of 74% in-state kids in each of our classes. Many of the kids that do not graduate reapply for the program because they've found success, but not everybody makes it. This is not the easiest program. And that's one of my jobs, is to make sure these young people and their families, in some cases it's DFS is their last hope. In some cases their foster parents sign them up. But this is the last hope for these kids. And when they do graduate, it is a proven fact from the RAND Corporation that was commissioned to do a study for the National Youth Challenge Department of Defense, that of our 25 cents of every dollar invested, that's what Wyoming comes up with, $1.60 is returned. That is a 640% return on investment for the state of Wyoming. And if this program did not exist, a lot of these kids, it's proven fact that in the Department of Corrections' own statistics, that a number of years ago, they looked at incoming people to our state prison system at DOC. And of the men and women coming into the system, 83% of them did not have a high school diploma. So if only 11% of a graduating class of 90 students were to re-enter that system, it's a proven fact that it costs a lot to go through the court system to incarcerate somebody. Basically, if 9 of our kids went back through the system, that would cost the state of Wyoming, if they ever entered the prison system, about $2 million a year. Instead, we have 90 graduates. And yes, the youth funding model does strictly enforce that young people may apply from out of state that do not have these state challenge programs. But yet at the same time, we always give Wyoming kids the first prerogative, because we feel that this is the Wyoming Cowboy Challenge Academy. This is a program that works. This is a program that returns, and we can all look at how we get there, but one of the major benefactors is job skill training besides our academic creation, and also is the fact that basically these kids, public school has not worked for them, and this residential, the quasi-military model, it's a proven model that's worked since for the last 15 years in Wyoming, and also for since 2006, since 1996, nationwide. And but the big thing is these kids go out and they do a lot of job skills training, where they go out and they get good jobs. They go back, they're good members of their community when they do graduate. And it's amazing at the number of especially Wyoming students. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at our data right now and our success rate. And I might point out that in the military section of the governor's proposed budget, they came right out and said in their efficiencies and successes section that we were one of their highest, that we were highly efficient and we were highly successful to the Wyoming Military Department. And I'd like to point out that the 28 years I was in business, if I found something was highly efficient and highly productive, I never closed that part of my business down. I didn't lay off those folks. And when I found something that returned well on my investment, the business practice that worked, I made sure to stick with it, and I found a way to make it happen.
Okay, Martin, what I'm going to do now is ask the committee if there's any additional questions for Martin on the Challenge Academy. Committee, any questions? Any questions for any of the 4 members that testified before the committee today? All right, looks like there's no questions. I appreciate you guys' time today. And I just want to, as I sit through this, I think that we have to be very careful here comparing apples to apples. When I'm thinking about that, my guess is, and I don't know this for a fact, that there's probably not a lot of busing and transportation costs associated with these students. They're probably not receiving special education dollars out of the Department of Ed that we reimburse at 100%. When I start looking at those costs, I just think that to make good informed decisions, we need to actually measure. And then I wonder how many athletic activities that they have there that we have with some of our other schools. So I think there's probably some efficiencies, but more importantly, I really do think for us to make good decisions, we need a side-by-side comparison of how those funds are going to be spent. But with that, I appreciate you guys coming today before the committee. We're running behind schedule, committee, so thank you. I think what we're going to do now is we're about 10 minutes past the lunch break. What I would like to do is adjourn for lunch for 1 hour, reconvene to take up public comment. Kevin, before we go.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to correct a statement I made earlier. When in discussion about the 292, there was no cut in 292 at 1/2. What I should have said that I'm wrestling with the scattering of the 292 across all of the Barry Dunn projects. That's what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm trying to sort out. But Albert, you're correct.
All right, thank you. So with that, we're going to recess for 1 hour. We will reconvene at 1:15. And at that point in time, we will take up public comment again. And with that, we are